Meeting for June 20th, 2016. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Berman. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Du Bois. Here. Councilmember Filsath. Here. Councilmember Holman. Here. Councilmember Niss. Here. Vice Mayor Scharf. Councilmember Schmidt. Here. Councilmember Woolbach. 6 present.
Thank you. Our first item is a closed session, which is a conference with real property negotiators. The property is at 4230 to 4270 Terman Drive. These are parcels 167-05-029 and 167-04-088. And we will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Second. Third.
All right. Motion by Councilmember Schmidt, second by Councilmember Niss. Please vote on the board.
Did I vote? That could have been bad. Sorry. Yeah, that's
okay. That passes unanimously with Council members Berman, Woolbach, and Scharf absent. And the Council will now go into closed session. At this time, the council has returned from a closed session item, and we have no reportable action. Our next matter is agenda changes, additions, and deletions, and I believe we have none, correct? So our next matter is city manager comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Couple of items to report on the topic of single-story overlays. I did want to share that Amy French, the city's chief planning official, will join the Fairmeadow Neighborhood Association at their meeting tomorrow night, June 21st, to discuss the latest developments on the single-story overlay and design guidelines review that we are doing in Palo Alto. The meeting will start at 6:30 p.m. in the Midtown room of the Mitchell Park Library. Ms. French will summarize the current process for single-story overlays, as well as the outcome and status of recent and pending applications. She will also be able to answer some questions regarding the individual review process for two-story homes and describe the City Council's direction regarding the need for some kind of Eichler-specific guidelines or zoning provisions. So, folks interested in that subject, tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m. at the Midtown Room in Mitchell Park Library. Secondly, in the realm of residential permit parking programs and challenges, based on the Council's direction to proceed with the next RPP districts in Evergreen Park and Southgate, our staff has been putting together a game plan for community outreach and program development. With the budget approval last week for the next fiscal year 17 budget, we do have the resources we need to be able to support those two applications in that process, and we'll be distributing a schedule and reaching out to stakeholders this week. We'll provide council members with a summary of the information we'll share with neighborhood representatives, and we believe that our experiences with the downtown RPP program should allow for a reasonably accelerated schedule. Initial community meetings for the new programs are expected to begin this July. The downtown program has been going well, and city staff will bring an update to the council in August, along with a resolution to expand the boundaries of the eligibility area so we can capture the streets in Crescent Park that submitted an RPP petition earlier this year. And then finally, I did want to share, and I will present to the mayor, that the League of American Bicyclists has redesignated the city of Palo Alto as a bicycle-friendly community at the gold level. This decision involved careful review of our application and consultation with the local cycling community. It is presented only to communities with strong commitments to bicycling. There are only 24 other gold designated communities in the United States. The designation is valid for 4 years and will be due for renewal in the summer of 2020. At that time, I have challenged our staff, though, to be sure that we move beyond the gold level to the platinum level. And we would be joining Boulder, the cities of Boulder, Davis, California, Fort Collins, Madison, and Portland, Oregon in this elite category. According to the League's report card, which they put out, and I'll send the council a copy of that, our strengths when compared to other bicycle-friendly communities include the share of our transportation budget we spend on cycling, active bicycle advocacy groups, our bicycle advisory committee, the implementation of a bicycle plan, and the number of bicycle staff to population. The things that are holding us back from moving to the platinum level, I think these are worth sharing with the council because both your adopted bicycle and pedestrian master plan and the funding you've put aside will really help us accelerate our progress in these areas. They include the low miles of bicycle lanes on arterials and major collector streets as a factor. Some lack of more bicycle-friendly laws and ordinances is something we'll be looking at. The need for more bicycle parking, something the mayor repeatedly reminds me of at every opportunity, and so that's something that we can begin to accelerate. And right now, we actually provide that. We don't so much have a master plan as much as have it being responding based upon requests. So I ask our chief transportation official and our planning director today, then let's put a marketing and outreach program together that lets people know how they could easily make the requests for more bicycle parking installation. And then we actually have a higher number of crashes per 10,000 bicycle commuters, and we need to look at how we get that down. The league specifically recommends that the city, and I apologize for actually being unfamiliar with this term, it sounds like an Italian word, but that we create an open streets cyclovia type event, repeal our bicycle registration ordinance, and better educate and inform adult population on bicycling as a transportation alternative. So with that, I will just come up here and present this to the mayor. The bicycle-friendly community goal level recognition. Thank you.
Well, this is a recognition to the community and to our staff and all of the volunteers in the community who actually make this happen. So that's a great recognition of all their work.
And if I could just add that Chief Transportation Official Josh Mello and the team that Hillary Gittleman, Planning Director, is now assembling there, I can tell you from working with them regularly, they're fully committed to taking us to the platinum level and beyond. Thank you.
And just as a follow-up to the city manager comments, I want to share with the council and the community that we'll be sending out an announcement this week, but I want to let the council know that and the public know that our city manager, Jim Keene, has been selected as the recipient of the International City County Management Association, the ICMA, is this year's winner of the Award of Career Excellence. And that's in recognition of his 35-year leadership in city and local government. ICMA is the premier international organization of professional and local government leaders. Established this award in memory of Mark E. Keene, no relation and different spelling. It recognizes an outstanding chief local administrator who has fostered representative democracy by enhancing the effectiveness of local elected officials and by consistently initiating creative and successful programs. The ICMA highlighted Jim's lifelong commitment to public service, his passion for sustainability, community building, civic engagement, and innovation to transform local government. Jim will be officially recognized and honored in conjunction with the ICMA's annual conference this fall. So let's all congratulate a really outstanding achievement. This is a big award.
Mr. Mayor, just since you surprised me with that, but just to inject a little bit of humor in it afterwards, when I saw the comments from peers, I think the one I enjoyed the most was from Chris McKenzie, the the executive director of the League of California Cities, who said at the end, he said, well, the best way I could look at it is if I had to be stranded on a desert island with a pier, I couldn't think of anyone I'd rather hang out with Jim. So I thought that was a nice way to describe our relationship. Thank you.
Well, what would you build on the desert island? Okay, our next item is oral communications. We currently have 2 speakers. If anyone else wishes to speak, they need to come forward now. Our first speaker is Catherine Martineau. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Good evening, council members, and congratulations, Jim. Well done. I'm here to talk very briefly about an item that you discussed with great thoughtfulness, I thought, at the last meeting last Monday. And this is the tree pruning cycle contract. First of all, I want to say that we are very pleased. Canopy is very pleased. I'm Catherine Martineau. I'm the executive director of Canopy. I should always say that, not assume that everyone knows me. Canopy is very happy that the park trees and open space trees are now part of the pruning and maintenance contract. The park trees have been neglected for many, many years, and it's very good news that the contract has been enhanced that way. I understand that the council and the staff recommend a 10-year cycle for pruning of public trees. Certainly, it's much better than 15, so we're pleased with that. But we strongly advocate that the pruning cycle be taken back to the 7 years at the earliest opportunity. The consequences of an elongated pruning cycle are not going to appear next year or the year after, most likely, and thankfully. We will not have dramatic evidence of what this kind of elongation is going to do. But we know arboriculture science as well as urban forestry practice tell us that a longer cycle for the pruning cycle will result in the deterioration of the canopy and the loss of some tree value, as well as an increase in liability exposure for the city, and also the loss of revenue generated by trees, such as increased property tax, sales tax, some fees. So the extension of the pruning cycle is not the only question, though. I want to note that the type of contracts the city has right now is very classic, very standard, and it does not allow for different pruning cycles for different species of trees or ages of trees. So, for example, a tree that was planted this year in this planting season may have to wait 10 years before it is pruned. Then really the ideal pruning time for a young tree is 2 or 3 years after planting, and then another 2 or 3 years after that. And that will allow for the best possible structure of the tree and minimize future maintenance costs. So at a minimum, if I may I finish my thoughts?
Just wrap up if you can.
Yeah. At a minimum, I would encourage you to re-examine this contract as soon as possible and look at whether we can have a better structure of a contract with different pruning cycles for different types of trees. And also, I just received, before I left the office, a letter from the state urban forester, John Melvin, and he addresses some other questions that you had raised last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Moss. And we have 3 more speakers, and that will close off the oral communications.
Thank you, Mayor Burton and council members. We tend to forget that from the late 19th century until about 1950, this area was known as the Valley of Heart's Delight. It's the most fertile land in the entire world. All kinds of crops were grown here. And if you look at an aerial photograph of Santa Clara County, and even into San Mateo County, from 1920s, 30s, and 40s, almost all you see is trees. The whole area was just orchards. And in the 50s and 60s, when we had the development explosion, almost all of those trees were destroyed. And you can see a few little remnants of the orchards. The Maybell site is probably one of the ones that has the most trees right now. But a few of us kept some of those orchard trees, and we have a couple of them in our yard. And one of them is a very nice, tall, ancient plum tree. and it's harvest season in the Valley of Heart's Delight. So I brought some plums for all of you, and I'll give these to the city manager. The city clerk will take them and share them. Let me take a few out for the city attorney. She didn't get hers, but have a few and share them around.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Rita Verrell, to be followed by Fred Balin.
Good evening. So I'm going to continue the thought on trees. We're a city of trees. Our motto is the big tree. The trees provide majesty and shade and heritage to our community. People who come to this community comment on our beautiful trees. So again, I would like to echo what the canopy representative said and ask that while I was delighted that you did not dip into the reserve fund to balance the budget, perhaps some of the hotel tax, or perhaps some of the 1% for art, or perhaps there can be a campaign for citizen contributions or citizen sponsorship of trees. Perhaps even there can be a citizen arbor group that would take on the job of being trained to prune young trees, which would not require a ladder and potential liability. But I think, I walk in the Crescent Park area, and even coming down Homer on the way to the meeting tonight, there are so many trees that are compromised in our 5th year of drought. I had McGuire Tree Company prune the city tree in front of my house, this magnolia. They cut it back and they gave it some sort of miracle fertilizer, which has really brought it back to life. I think also that public education as to the use of a soaker hose on the lawn for 12 hours every 2 weeks, and Canopy can probably provide additional information on this, will really help the tree while not wasting a lot of water keeping a lawn green. Trees have their roots in the lawn area, not in the parkway. So having a green parkway does not provide as much for the tree as having a soaker hose in the lawn. So I'm hoping that you can go to either a 5 or 7 year cycle for trimming trees, particularly in this time of stress to the trees, and look at alternative ways to keep our city of trees so special. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fred Balin, to be followed by Bill Ross.
Thank you. Fred Balin, College Terrace, adjacent to Mayfield Faculty Housing Project. June 2014, 17-acre integrated 3-parcel application here. Required Phase 2 environmental site assessment for 8.5-acre 1601 Cal Ave parcel missing. Sampling of TCE and groundwater on adjacent parcel not mentioned in environmental memo. Project approved, permits issued, construction begins. 9 months later, spring 2015, hazardous materials uncovered on the 1601 parcel. 6 more months until the public is first notified. Residents' scramble for information begins. Applicant's risk assessment and preliminary Department of Toxic Substances control approval suddenly appears. Applications submitted for minor technical corrections under both limited public review and environmental assessment includes a no-build zone, 29 houses moved, interior road adjustments due to an unremediated contamination. January 2016, residents and their consultant file response reports to DTSC. Our data analysis shows actual spread of TCE is 300 feet, not 50. Why? Because the risk assessment is based on a model filled with assumptions and black box factors. March 2016, applicant stands by its risk assessment, reaffirms that there is no risk to College Terrace or need for additional testing. Residents engage an expert to measure vapor samples on College Terrace properties near the development site. May 2016, protocol established, measurements taken. Results in double-blind study submitted to DTSC on June 3rd. Follow-up based on the study suspended to deal with this premature rush to judgment on the calendar. And there are other required steps DTSC must still undertake. Review of preliminary endangerment assessment, public notice in response to land use controls. The application is incomplete and should be continued until such time as DTSC has completely and properly concluded its work and the application is filed under the proper section of the municipal code. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by one additional speaker, late card Stephanie Munoz. Great. Stephanie Munoz.
Good evening, Mayor Burton, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you. I want to express my gratitude and my admiration that Palo Alto is considering retaining Buena Vista. I always thought it was unworthy of Palo Alto to invite these poor, hardworking people to join Palo Alto in holy municipality with the mental reservation that they could be divorced once they had fulfilled their function of developing that little area. And I'm so pleased and so proud that you're planning to make it right. And thank you. Bye.
Thank you. That includes our oral communications. Our next item is approval of minutes. We have minutes for the June 6, 2016 meeting. Do we have a motion to approve?
Once again, with reluctance.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Niss, second by Vice Mayor Scharf. Please vote on the board. And that passes 7-0 with Council members, 8-0 with Councilmember Berman absent. Okay. And our next item is the consent calendar. We have 3 speakers. If anyone else wishes to speak, they need to bring the card forward now.
Do you want to listen to them first?
So our first speaker is Julia Keaty, to be followed by Sarush Kaboli.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, council members. I'm Julia Keaty. I'm one of the owners at 100 Addison. We are here to respectfully request a waiver from Ordinance 5325, 5330, with the restriction of only retail use on the ground floor. In May of last year, our tenants gave us notice stating that Anthropologie was leaving across the street and they would no longer be viable in the antique store, and they were leaving of their own accord. At that time, they were paying $1.50 a square foot and still could not make ends meet. Now, this was never a really true retail store. This store was a consortium of antique dealers who were dealing all over the place with their antiques and storing them there. They kept the door open because of the foot traffic that was allowed and facilitated through Anthropologie. Upon getting their notice to vacate, this property was placed immediately on the open market. We had an initial client call us, tenant, who wanted to use the property as an office space, and of course we had to turn them down because we learned that we couldn't put an office space in this building. The property's been heavily listed and marketed openly to the restricted market that's available to take this property, and we have had interest, and we have negotiated in good faith with these interested parties. We haven't looked at the going rate downtown. We've looked only at the tenant and would it work and could we get the building filled. Each time the tenants came, some of them with plans in hand, went to City Hall. They were met with roadblocks that made it impossible for them to do their tenant improvements, roadblocks that made them realize that they couldn't go forward, that they'd never be able to make it there with the investment they had to make. So at the end of the day, we're left 1 year later with 4 requests to the City Hall for a waiver so that we can open this property up to the full market and possibly get an office user in the property, which is the highest and best use of this property, which is contiguous to residential, single-family residences in Professorville. We want to provide them with a nice neighbor, someone who's not going to make noise until 10 or 11 o'clock at night as a restaurant would, or a store that gets early deliveries with a truck in the alleyway. We've made 4 requests. When we went and met with the city staff, my husband, myself, the owners of the property, we're not big developers. We just needed to know how to do this, how to get a waiver. We were told that, can I finish? Thank you. We were told that we'd owned the property for a long time and that $1 a square foot would be fine. We'd be okay. And we'd be able to find a tenant. We asked for their idea of what they'd like to see in there. They said a gym. We found a gym. They made it too difficult for that gym to come into the property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarush Kaboli, to be followed by Michael Morris.
Good evening. My name is Sarush Kaboli. I live at Barbara Drive. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for over 25 years, and I've been working as a commercial real estate broker for over 30 years in Mid-Peninsula. The subject property is considered well within the public transit corridor. While benefiting from said corridor, it unfortunately does not benefit from any of the foot traffic that exists in downtown. It currently has 9 parking stalls, off-street parking stalls, and soon that number will increase to be 19. The world's largest real estate commercial real estate firm, CBRE and I, have been marketing this property since 6/1/2015. I would like to correct the staff's comment in the discussion section of its report in that this property has been marketed without interruption and on a 24/7 basis since 6/1/25 by utilizing the customary methods in our industry, such as electronic mailers to most brokerage firms, email blasts to agents, and utilizing services such as LoopNet and CoStar. Since then, we've had approximately 45 inquiries about the subject property, most of which have been for office use. But this number has gone down with time as it has become clear to the brokerage industry that the property can only be used for retail. While I am of the opinion that other than no foot traffic, there are other major issues associated with traffic safety, noise, and other pollution issues associated with the retail use at subject property, we've been open to all reasonable offers and have worked diligently to procure a retail user for it. Our list includes an offer from Spark Factor Design, a product design development consulting firm, within the first 10 days of our effort, and another from Jumpstart MD, a weight loss and wellness company, before the end of last year. Unfortunately, the first one went away once they were told that they cannot use the property as a creative office environment, and Jumpstart gave up once the city told them that they could not utilize the back portion of the property. It is also worth mentioning that other large national destination retailers, such as Anthropologie and North Face, have chosen to relocate to Stanford Shopping Mall from Alma. And also worth noting that in one of the hottest real estate markets in recent history, properties such as 101 Lytton, the Survey Monkey building, has had difficulty renting their ground floor retail space, and after almost 3 years of marketing still has 1,586 square feet available. In conclusion, I would like to recommend to you to consider an exemption to the current moratorium for the subject property. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Michael Morris. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to us today. My name is Michael Morris. I'm the other owner of 100 Addison Avenue You heard from my wife earlier, and you've heard from our broker. Quickly, being a second-generation Palo Alton, and growing up in this town and working in this town my entire career, the property that we're talking about since the 50s has only had approximately 6 tenants. A car dealership, Southgate Motors, Dale's Auto Body, Hulse Auto Repair, Union Auto Repair, all of them closed down. In 1999, University Distributors, Inc., a wholesale auto parts warehouse distributor, opened up operations there. And they closed and liquidated their assets in 2001. In 2005, Addison Antiques became a tenant in that building. The only reason, according to the owners of Addison Antique, that they even considered leasing the building and opening operations was that Anthropologie was across the street, a natural draw for them. They told me point blank, your building is not what we would want, not what we would envision. It's no street front, nothing. But with Anthropologie across the street, we can probably make a go of it. When they heard that Anthropologie was leaving in this year, or maybe next year, and their lease was up, they said, Mike, we can't keep the business going if Anthropologie leaves. So they left. In reality, the only alleged retail store at this location since the early 50s has been Addison Antiques. When University Distributors opened up their auto parts warehouse in 1999, 3 neighbors from High Street who lived across the alley from the subject building came over and told me, because the Morris family owned the auto parts warehouse, that they were very thankful that there wasn't going to be air ratchets, air guns, chemical odor, loud noise, and they were happy for that. And as was said earlier, this is not a retail location. And we're hoping that the council will accept our request for exemption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll return to the council. Council Member Holman first.
Would like to move, pull item number 10, please. Second.
And a third? I will. Okay. So item number 10 is being pulled, and do we have a date tentatively that would be reconsidered, or a time frame, if not a date?
I don't have the, we're talking about August meeting when you come back from your break. Your first meeting's the 15th, the next one's the 22nd, and the third one is the 29th. I'll see if I can get an exact one here in just a second.
That helps with an approximate time frame as well. Councilmember Niss.
And I would like to pull item number 12.
I'll support that. Do we have a third council member? Okay. So that is pulled at the request of council members Niss, Burt, and Wolbach. So, and do we have any approximate time frame in which that would be reconsidered?
I think our recommendation would be that we schedule this for a date uncertain at this point in time, Mr. Mayor. There's obviously no way to get this back to you before your break. I mean, your agenda next week on the 27th is completely full. So I think it would be best at a date uncertain at this point in time. So.
Okay. And at the committee as a whole retreat, we had a discussion around whether the council would want to look at hardship cases related to our retail moratorium, as potential that these things can be considered
Well, yes,
in
I
context
mean,
with each
I think
other?
the council had recognized in a general sense an issue as it related to our retail preservation policies, and I do think that you would need to, you'd be best served by having a discussion about this project in the context of some of those potential policy considerations.
Okay, so we will consider the consent calendar with items 10 and 12 removed.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Niss, seconded by Vice Mayor Scharf. Please vote. And that passes 8-0 with Councilmember Berman absent. All right, so now we get to move on to our action items, the first being adoption of a resolution confirming the weed abatement report and ordering cost of abatement to be a special assessment on the respective properties described therein. This is an annual process that we go through to renew our weed abatement ordinance. And sir, who leads this from the staff level?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. There's no specific staff report on this item. The staff report is complete, and we invite a council's motion.
Okay, and we have no cards from members of the public, so we need to entertain a motion. And is there staff language on the motion? This is a public hearing. We have no cards, so I'm going to open the public hearing, and with no cards, I will be closing the public hearing. So do we have before, so we need to have a motion to approve the resolution is our action, correct?
Adopt the attached resolution confirming the report and ordering abatement costs to be a special assessment on the properties listed in the report.
Okay, do we have such a motion?
Such a motion exists. Yes, I move it.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Niss, seconded by Councilmember Schmidt. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I don't, but I think this is a very important topic, and I'm delighted we brought it up tonight.
Councilmember Schmidt? No? Okay. So please vote on the board.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you can't do that. All right. That passes on a 7-0 vote with Councilmember Berman absent and Councilmember Du Bois not in the room. All right. So now we get to move on to item number 18, which is the Midtown Connector feasibility study and direction regarding potential bicycle and/or pedestrian paths along Matadero Creek or parallel routes. And welcome to our staff, Mr. Mello and everyone else.
Greeting, Mayor, members of council. I'm Josh Mello, the city's chief transportation official. This evening I'm joined by our new senior transportation planner, Chris Correo. Chris has been with us about 5 weeks now. He joins us most recently from the city of West Hollywood. And he's jumped right into both the Midtown Connector as well as bike share and implementation of our Bike Boulevard program. So I want to welcome Chris. He's joined by Jeff Knowles, who is our consultant with Alta Planning and Design. And Jeff is going to walk us through a very brief presentation, and then we're going to present our staff recommendation on how to move forward given all that we've learned through this feasibility analysis process.
Mayor, member of council, thank you very much for allowing us to present these findings. Also, happy first day of summer, as I might mention as well. Again, my name is Jeff Knowles. I'm with Alta Planning and Design, a consultant hired by the city to examine the feasibility of a trail between Alma Street and West Bay Shore. So this process has been going on since 2014. Staff brought to this body recommendations back in November of 2015, and direction was given back to staff and to consultants to do a couple of things. One was to look at a hybrid alternative that would utilize portions of the Matadero Creek corridor that are usable, and identify the most practical alternative on a collector street between Alma and West Bay Shore. So between that time, we looked at options for creating a shared use path, which would be a path that allows pedestrians and bicycles together. We looked at options for a pedestrian-only path, and we also looked at those on-road collector streets that could accommodate a Class 4 or separated bikeway, something that would simulate a trail on the street. Our evaluation criteria were looking at minimum available widths. We looked at property ownership. We were looking at safety standards along with utilities, both by the city's own utilities and the water districts, since this is a water district facility on Matadero Creek. We looked at the Palo Alto's bicycle and pedestrian plan standards along with VTA standards, the project funder for the grant. And then we looked at breaking up the corridor. It's a 1.5 mile corridor from Alma to West Bay Shore into 6 segments, so A through F. And so this slide presents what culminates in months and many staff hours of research and analysis into our feasibility overview. So I'm going to walk through this very briefly and then hopefully have time for questions. So segment A is from Alma to Waverly. And this segment is a highly constrained segment. So our analysis is that it would not work on Creek Corridor for bicycles or pedestrians due to maintenance ramps, houses that are located right adjacent to the water. El Carmelo is a feasible on-street alternative, and I'll get to that in just a moment. Segment B, Waverly to Middlefield Road. This segment has a constrained element for bicyclists, however, is perfectly feasible for pedestrians. There is an easement that limits access for the shared use path around the First Christian Church. The Key School is a K-8 school also located on that property that would have some issues with allowing bicyclists through that property. Segment C is Middlefield through Ross. Again, perfectly feasible alignment for pedestrians. However, constraint exists for bicyclists. The shared use path through the Winter Lodge would result in a parking loss and a reconfiguration of that parking lot. So we're marking that as a constrained segment that would need to be overcome through negotiation. Segment D, I can report happily that this is perfectly feasible for both pedestrians and bicyclists. Segment E is Lewis to Greer. This section also has a physical constraint that would limit bicyclists using the on-creek corridor. However, pedestrians can move through this. It's a maintenance ramp issue. We're proposing an alignment that I'll share with you in just a second through Seal Park. Finally, segment F is Greer to West Bay Shore and onto the Baylands. This section is a little unique from the other sections. This has a floodgate that would limit access for a number of months a year. So seasonal access only, available when the floodgates are not installed. So what does this look like? For the shared use path option, we are proposing that the city evaluate El Carmelo as that hybrid on-street alternative for a shared use path, examining the sidewalk and creating a shared use path along El Carmelo as an alternative. Between Waverly and Cowper, you could create the shared use path condition. However, you still reach that constraint through Hoover Park and the First Christian Church. The constraint would require a negotiation with the easement that the First Christian Church currently has with the Water District, along with reconfiguring the ADA access for parking. The First Christian Church parking lot would have to be reconfigured, and fairly substantial parking loss would be required. So that's a heavily constrained area. Again, same with Winter Lodge. A shared use path could fit through if the parking lot could be reconfigured. In conversations with Winter Lodge, early conversations, that was something that they were at that time not willing to entertain. From Ross to Lewis, as I mentioned, is completely perfect. You could build that tomorrow. And then from Lewis to Greer, we believe that it is feasible to go from Lewis through to Maddox through Seal Park using the existing path that exists. Then on Maddox as an on-street facility. Then segment F could be shared use path from Greer to West Bay Shore. For the pedestrian-only path option, I can report that very few constraints exist. If you wanted to make a pedestrian-only path from Alma to West Bay Shore, the only really constraint that exists is that seasonal access from Greer to West Bay Shore. In this examination, we also looked at all of the crossings that you'd have to make between Alma and West Bay Shore. We looked at evaluating a couple different options. One was a low-volume crossing, so essentially everything except for Middlefield Road, and we presented some prototypes for consideration by the public and by staff. A low-volume crossing could include a raised crosswalk, curb extensions, rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which is a user-activated button that essentially simulates a traffic control feature. These, along with advanced markings and advanced signage, could help create a safe mid-block crossing condition at those low-volume crossings. For Middlefield Road, a slightly different condition, we'd also recommend a raised crosswalk. And in this one, instead of a rapid flashing beacon, you could create a pedestrian hybrid beacon. So this is similar to something called a hawk, where users would initiate a red light sequence. You could also create a pedestrian refuge island shown there in the bottom figure. We heard from the public quite a bit of concerns about privacy, about safety along the proposed trail. Through our research looking at safety, we looked at national statistics. We looked at also other trails in the Bay Area that had creekside trails behind residential homes. From that analysis and from national literature, the reports that we came back with in the feasibility study and in the staff report is that creek trails like this, we cannot say for certain that it's going to increase crime. We can say for certain that it's probably not going to have any effect other than the crime that already exists in the surrounding neighborhood. That's from literature that we've been able to pull together. For privacy concerns, I'm going to get to some cost estimates in just a minute. The privacy concerns should be illuminated in that cost estimate where we're allowing for additional privacy fencing at a height to be negotiated if this project were to move forward with each landowner along the way. So the privacy fencing exists today from as low as 4.5 feet, 5 feet, up to 8 feet tall. So in the cost estimate I prepared, that could be afforded to allow more privacy. This is an image also along the creek showing how natural vegetation has been used to provide additional privacy for homeowners. The cost estimates that we prepared for the shared use path, this includes all segments that were feasible, including those mid-block crossings, would be a total of $4.9 million. The pedestrian path only option would be a total of $3.4 million. In addition to looking at the on-creek and hybrid alternative options, Council asked for on-street alternatives on collector streets. We evaluated Colorado Avenue along with Loma Verde. East Meadow Drive is something that the city staff are looking at as a separate project. Colorado Avenue is 36 feet from curb to curb. It has a parking lane, a shared Charo and travel lane, and a bicycle lane. We did not take this any further for consideration due to the fact that it's limited width. There wouldn't be room to do a separated Class 4 facility. Instead, we looked at taking Loma Verde, which is 40 feet from curb to curb, as a viable alternative. From Bryant to Lewis on Loma Verde, you have a parking and bicycle shared lane on the north side of the street. You have 2 travel lanes, and you have a bike lane 6 feet on the south side that's essentially allows for parking at night, but during the day it functions as a bike lane. On either ends of the corridor from Loma Verde, you have 2 20-foot shared travel and parking lanes. The configuration that we came up with, the proposed cross-section number 1, is to retain that parking lane on the north side of the street. You would still have a 19-foot travel way, and we'd create a separated raised median Class 4 cycle track. So 2-way cycle track with that protection from moving traffic. Essentially, you're taking the bike lane on the north side and consolidating it with the bike lane on the south side. This is a visual simulation of what that could look like. It's early in the stages, and so that separation could take many different forms. We're showing here planters. However, that could take lots of different looks and feels, planted or not. An issue with this configuration are the number of driveway crossings. There are roughly 65 instances where a Class 4 facility would cross driveways. As it stands today, the bicycle lanes plus sidewalks, people using those driveways already have to look in both directions and look for bicycles in one direction. This would be adding a bicyclist moving in a different direction. This is a treatment from national standards that show how these driveways could be marked to alert different users of that potential crossing conflict. The cost estimate for the Loma Verde Avenue Class 4 protected bikeway would be roughly $2 million. At this point, I want to turn things over back to Josh.
Thank you, Jeff. So that brings us to our recommendation. We did go to Planning and Transportation Commission last month, and we presented this, basically this exact same presentation in a draft of the feasibility study. The Planning and Transportation Commission, after some discussion, recommended that we, proceed with a hybrid shared use path and pedestrian path. So we would, what they recommended was to construct a shared use path where feasible, and then in the segments where a shared use path was not feasible to install a pedestrian only path, which is narrower and can be fit in some of the segments where a shared use path cannot be accommodated. They also recommended that we not pursue the Loma Verde Avenue Class 4 separated bikeway. They, along with the City School Traffic Safety Committee and Payback, expressed concerns about the number of driveways and how the two-way bikeway on one side of the street would interact with motor vehicles and pedestrians and other roadway users at intersections along Loma Verde. They were worried about the wrong way riding in the two-way facility. You advance. So we've done a lot of thinking since our presentations to Payback, the City School Traffic Safety Committee, as well as the Planning and Transportation Commission. And what we're recommending tonight is a four-part recommendation. The first is to adopt the Midtown Connector feasibility study, which is attached to the staff report. The second is to direct staff to complete plans, specifications, and estimates for a shared use path along the Matadero Creek Channel and through Seal Park between the planned Ross Road Bicycle Boulevard and the US 101 Creek Undercrossing. So this is only segments D, E, and F, right? Segments D, E, and F, so only from Ross Road east to the Baylands. Part 3 of the staff recommendation is direct staff to work with the Santa Clara Valley Water District to provide seasonal access for bicyclists and pedestrians through the US 101 Creek Undercrossing. So this would function similar to our existing Adobe Creek Undercrossing. It would only be open outside of the winter rainy season, and it would be able to provide access for both pedestrians and bicyclists under 101 to the Baylands recreation area. And the fourth part of our recommendation is to direct staff to complete an alternatives analysis, a project study report, also known as a PSR, and an environmental analysis for an Alma Street Caltrain overcrossing undercrossing at a location somewhere between Colorado Avenue and Loma Verde Avenue. This would be an across barrier connection to connect the Midtown neighborhood to the Park Boulevard, Bike Boulevard, the Margarita, Matadero Avenue, and Bull Park path, creating a really great east-west connection. And it's worth noting that both the undercrossing at 101 and the potential overcrossing, undercrossing at Alma and Caltrain are in the draft list for VTA sales tax funding under the bike ped category that was just approved by the board back on June 2nd. So I think if we were to advance these projects, there's a potential that we could leverage some of the sales tax funding. They are identified as significant barriers in the VTA bike plan. Both the Caltrain Alma crossing and the US 101 crossing. Can you advance? So here's a map that shows the three projects that we're recommending moving forward. So from left to right, you have the Alma Caltrain overcrossing, undercrossing, the three segments of shared use path connecting the Ross Road and Greer Road bicycle boulevards to the Baylands Trail Network, and then the seasonal undercrossing under 101 on the far right there. Advanced slides. Cost estimates for these 3 separate projects. We estimate that completing the shared use path along segments D, E, and F would be roughly $1.7 million. And it would be our recommendation to request from Santa Clara County that we use the $1.5 million that was allocated for the Matadero Creek path, Matadero Creek Trail for this segment. And we could call it a starter segment. You know, this may not be the last. You know, there could be a day where there's a major construction project along the creek corridor, and a shared use path may be easily accommodated on sections A, B, and C. But I think this is a good first step, and it could be a last step as well. It does serve an independent utility connecting the Ross Road Bike Boulevard to the Baylands. Project 2, the Caltrain Alma Street undercrossing, our estimate is about $18 million. This is roughly what VTA also includes as their cost estimate for this particular across barrier connection. And then the US 101 seasonal undercrossing, we're estimating about $2 million to bring that up to standards. There's some walls that would need to be added, you know, additional safety features and just a general upgrade. But it's still a fairly cost-effective project to add access to the Baylands at that location. And with that, we'll take questions. And I thank you for giving us the opportunity to present this evening.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions before we hear from the public? And these would be technical questions that are concise. Councilmember Niss.
So I'm still troubled by the Matadero Creek, and I might ask you to say a little more about that. But in addition, the seasonal undercrossing, which has been discussed for a long period of time now, which normally goes by a man's name that I've just blanked on. Somebody help me. Lewinsky? Lefkowitz. Thank you. Thank you. That's such an unattractive area. And is your idea that the design or whatever you might do to it before we finally get around to a bridge that goes over it would add what to it? And I don't know, could you also tell us how much was it used this year when it actually did rain?
So this undercrossing is not open at all to bicyclists and pedestrians. We're recommending opening it outside of the winter rainy season. I think you may be referring to the Adobe Creek undercrossing.
You're right, and the mayor just reminded me of that. Okay, thank you.
This would provide brand new seasonal access that doesn't currently exist.
And will be considerably better than the other one. Yes. So go back to Matadero Creek. And I like most of this a lot, but I was troubled when I walked along there, and I would confess, I voted for this when I was at the county, so I have mixed feelings on it. But going along behind people's houses at all hours of the day and night makes me uneasy. So say something about that. Say something that makes us just all feel incredibly comfortable with jumping on your bike or walking along, and it's going to have lighting if you're going to have it used at night.
So we have talked about, the ability to restrict access with the water district, and they are open to the city defining the operating hours under the joint use agreement that we would need to execute with the water district. So I could foresee a scenario where there were gates that were closed, at a certain time in the evening to prohibit access in the off hours. This will likely, aside from the seasonal undercrossing, the segments D, E, and F, there's parallel corridors that commuter cyclists could use. So one of the troubles with closing trails in the evening is in the winter when it gets dark really early, commuter cyclists have trouble finding alternatives. But in this case, there's plenty of alternative parallel streets. So I could see a scenario where the city restricts the hours of the trail segments.
And I'm sorry about the Loma Verde Trail, which looked very appealing to me, but you're indicating you had a lot of feedback from schools and from that committee working on it that really was enough to persuade you to bypass it, correct?
Yes, and we think there may be some minor striping and signing changes that we could do on Loma Verde that would improve the existing conditions without adding a two-way separated bikeway as shown in the graphic.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
So just following up on that. So what I also heard you say on the Loma Verde was that the two-way bike path with the open driveways, and maybe I misheard, is nationally accepted as a safe thing to do. Did I hear that or did I misunderstand that?
So two-way separated bikeways are typically not installed on two-way streets. There's very isolated circumstances where they work really well, which is if you have a street without a lot of driveways, like let's say, for example, along a railroad corridor where one side of the street has no driveways, Alma Street, for instance. In those locations, a two-way separated bikeway may work fairly well on a two-way street. Loma Verde has 65 driveway crossings, so there would be 65 instances where somebody pulling out of a driveway who fails to look to their right may have a conflict with a cyclist who's traveling in the other direction.
Okay, so in this instance with the driveways, the science basically indicates we shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument that, because it's a residential street, the people using the driveways may be familiar with the fact that there's a two-way bikeway, and you don't have a lot of commercial driveways, which would have a lot of all-day traffic. But I think the most prudent thing would be to look at ways to improve the existing bike lanes that are, one way on each side of the street.
So on Matadero Creek, I just want on segments D, E, and F, that's the only segments you're suggesting we do. Is that correct?
D, E, and F.
Right.
Yes.
And that'll be paid for, you believe, almost all by the grant, right? It's $1.5 million is the grant. You think it's going to cost between $1.5 million and $1.7 million. Is that?
Yeah, our strategy, assuming council agrees with the staff recommendation, would be to request that the $1.5 million be used for those 3 trail segments.
Okay. And if we didn't use it for that, we'd probably lose the grant, or what happens? Do you have any idea?
We've had very preliminary discussions about what other types of projects we could use it for, and we haven't really received a response. So I think we'd have to have a firm request in hand as to what we want to use the funding for. And one of the conditions was that we complete a feasibility study.
Okay. Now, the Caltrain Alma Street crossing, that's a lot of money, $18 million too. You're thinking that would be funded through the VTA tax if that passes?
I think in all likelihood it would have to be a mix of funding similar to what we've assembled for the Adobe Creek 101 overcrossing, but I think the VTA sales tax funding would probably play a big role in that package.
So you're asking us, what are you asking us tonight to approve? Was it the environmental, the design and construction, or, I mean, how much money were you asking us to approve spending on this? And where was that going to come? That was sort of my question.
So we would, of course, have to come back to council with any contracts associated with this, but the estimate for the preliminary project work for the Caltrain Alma Street undercrossing is about $4 million. But we would phase that. We would start, with the first preliminary work, which would be the project study report and an alternatives analysis. We could do a feasibility study to kind of lock down the exact location of the overcrossing, undercrossing, whether it's going to be an overcrossing or an undercrossing, look at the different constraints.
So the alternatives analysis is what you're asking us to fund tonight, or,
yes.
Or at least approve.
Well, at least come back to you with a contract.
Yeah, but that'll
for that.
go on consent, and we'll have said we did it. So what's the amount of that? The feasibility alternatives. How much money are we tentatively committing to spend if we did that?
$1 million. I would say probably roughly $1 million. The estimate that's shown on the cost estimate slide includes environmental and alternatives analysis. If we were to break that apart, each phase would probably be roughly $1 million.
When do you think we would actually institute that? Would it be like 2018 or 2019 or next year, 2017?
Yeah, I mean, a typical study with that scope would be a year and a half. Probably a year and a half, I think we could come back with an alternatives analysis.
So you think it would take a year and a half to do the study?
Yes.
But how long when would we start it? When would we have the money to start it? Have we looked at a budget? How are we going to fund this?
We can look at funding it through the bike ped implementation, bike ped plan implementation, if council wants to move forward with these 3 projects that we're recommending.
Okay.
But again, we'd probably have to come back with you with more firm details on what the contract cost would be for each of these 3.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Wolbach.
Just wanted to get a sense of some distances here. Loma Verde at Bayshore is only about half a mile, about 0.5 miles from our future bike and pedestrian bridge at Adobe Creek. Is that correct?
At Adobe. The Adobe Creek overcrossing?
Yeah, so it's about a half mile, I think.
Yeah.
And Loma Verde, at the other end of Loma Verde, at Loma Verde and Alma, Loma Verde is approximately equidistant between the undercrossing at Cal Ave for bike and ped, and at the other end, the crossing at at Meadow, right? So it's about 0.7 to Cal Ave and 0.6 to Meadow, right?
Yeah, that looks about right.
Okay. And Colorado at Alma, and yeah, so Colorado at Alma, actually Colorado's, we've pretty much ruled that out because it's too narrow anyway. And trying to figure out what the differences are and how striking the differences between East Meadow and Loma Verde. We're already planning to do a Class 4 bikeway on Meadow, correct?
Yes, we're working on that concept plan right now.
Okay. And I guess I would just like a little bit more clarity from staff on why a Class 4 bike lane would work well for Meadow, but not for Loma Verde.
So for Meadow, we're looking at 2 one-way separated bikeways. So cyclists would be traveling in the proper direction of travel with motor vehicles. Loma Verde, without removing all of the parking on both sides, the only thing you can accommodate is a 2-way separated bikeway, which is shown in the, if you want to pull that up.
Well, are we removing parking on both sides on Meadow?
Meadow is much wider, and there's an opportunity to have a parking protected separated bikeway along the majority of Meadow.
Okay, so the parking, so basically we get to preserve more parking on Meadow because it's wider.
Yes, and if you see the graphic that's up on the screen, in order to have 2 one-way bikeways instead of the 2-way configuration, we would have to remove the parking that's on the opposite side.
Right. Okay. So parking is one of the things that you would lose on Loma Verde that you wouldn't lose on, because just trying to consider what the feasibility of this and how the costs and benefits of this out compared to East Meadow, where we've already decided to press forward. And as far as number of driveways and driveway intersections, especially on the northwest side of Meadow, I know on the southeast side you've got a lot of public facilities, and so there are fewer driveways. But the number of driveways on the northwest side of Meadow, I know that's not what you're prepared to really talk about tonight, but do you have a sense of approximately how many driveways and cutouts there are there?
I don't, but I can tell you a lot of the houses along the northwest side of Meadow actually front on the side streets. They don't front directly on Meadow, so it's not every parcel along Meadow doesn't have a driveway that exits onto Meadow.
Okay.
But the driveway issue is only a concern when you have the wrong way riding that comes with the 2-way facility. If you were to do 2 one-way separated bikeways, you don't have the same concern around driveways because cyclists are on the right side of the roadway.
And so it's really just a question of whether drivers will be cognizant enough to look both ways when they're pulling out of the driveway.
Correct. And most people don't. Most people just look to their left.
And that's horrifying to think about, but I think we've all, that's just, I would hope that Palo Altans were a little bit smarter than to look only one way when pulling out of the driveway in a multi-ton vehicle, but I know that sometimes that can be correct. In talking about bike and pedestrian crossings at Middlefield and increasing those, we can do that regardless of what we do with this project, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as additional crossings, like I was talking about where Loma Verde, for instance, or Matadero Creek meets Alma, where you see about halfway between the existing train and Alma crossings at Meadow and Oregon. If we're talking about adding additional crossings there, how does that interplay with our thinking about and hoping and planning for changing the configuration of the train to be in a trench or otherwise separated? I mean, if we spend $15 million to build a tunnel under the train, and then we put the tunnel down put the train down where the tunnel is, have we just blown $15 million for a couple of years of use?
No, I think, we would do whatever possible to make sure that neither the railroad grade separation nor the overcrossing, undercrossing precluded the other. So they'll be moving somewhat in parallel. So I think we're at a good place where we could make sure that, maybe they're incorporated into one larger project, but at a minimum, they wouldn't preclude each other.
Okay.
So if we were going to advance a trench, of course, we wouldn't look at an undercrossing that would need to be removed.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thanks.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, if you could put up the staff recommendation map. Yeah. You're recommending going ahead with D, E, and F, setting aside B and C. Now, I thought in the staff background material, you talked about negotiations with Winter Lodge, with the church, with the school. And I thought in the Planning Commission, there was a lot of discussion of, oh, this is the first step while we work on these other things. What happened to the negotiations with key players on B and C?
So we've had preliminary discussions with the church and the Winter Lodge, and both of them were not very receptive of removing parking and modifying parking lot circulation. But it was only preliminary discussions. It was not negotiations by any means.
Yeah. So you're putting those in abeyance, is your suggestion here, rather than continuing to find out what options there might be that we could offer?
There's also some physical constraints on those segments, and as we met with the community and had discussions with the valuable, got a lot of valuable input from the Citizen Advisory Committee, and talked it through. Tackling those two segments at this point in time, I don't think are the wisest use of funding, and they could become fairly expensive. And I think our recommendation kind of evolved from how can we best connect our bike network to something logical like the Baylands, or if we were to go the other direction, we have to spend a lot of money to get under Alma and Caltrain. So I think our logic was, let's build something that's functional and usable as a first phase. And what we came up with was D, E, and F. That's not to say that B and C could not be advanced in the future when some of those constraints go away.
Councilmember Du Bois.
First of all, Chris, welcome. It's good to see you joining. So Councilmember Walbuck touched on it. Meadow was only mentioned briefly in the report, even though I think it was one of the options we recommended back in November. So I guess it's kind of a broad question, but so why wasn't Meadow actually considered as the connector and kind of been split off at this point?
So the direction that we got from council in November was that Meadow was kind of a separate. We were directed to look at the Matadero Creek channel, and then a parallel collector street, either Colorado or Loma Verde. And then an add-on to that direction was that we also advance East Meadow Drive. So we've been doing that separately. and we will be coming to you with a concept plan for East Meadow, but it's not ready today.
Okay. So if we wanted to, could the grant money be applied to the meadow improvements? Especially if it connected to the bridge, bike bridge?
We could request that the funding be used, but I think given the fact that it's pretty, it's not quite adjacent to the Matadero Creek channel, it may be a bit of a stretch. But certainly, I mean, you know, we haven't been able to get any clear direction from the county as to what would be eligible and what wouldn't. And I think they're really waiting for the results of our feasibility study.
Yeah, I thought the grant, remind me if this is wrong, what was the Beta Foothills? I mean, was it also tied to the creek?
I mean, the grant application specifically highlights that this will be the Beta Foothills connector. So like I said, I think we could certainly request anything we'd like. You know, we could send a request in for any use of the funding. I'm not 100% confident that East Meadow would satisfy those requirements.
So I had the same question with Loma Verde. Would the answer be the same? Could we use the grant money on Loma Verde?
Well, I think that's the reason we advanced the two-way separated bikeway is we were trying to emulate an off-road trail environment on street. And, you know, as we got far along on it, we started to realize that it just wasn't fitting the way we thought it would. And but that's the reason why we looked at a two-way separated bikeway on Loma Verde, because we wanted to fit in those constraints, the recreational focus and the Beta Foothills connection.
Okay. Looking at the treatments for the crossings, mid-block crossings, where would the Middlefield lights be? Would that be rated Keys School?
It would depend on where we could construct ADA ramps and, you know, install signal mast arms, and it would be somewhere near the bridge over the creek. But we need to find, you know, we'd need to find power, we'd need to install the signal cabinet, the mast arms, push buttons. We'd need room for the proper landing area at the top of the ADA ramps, and the bridge area is pretty constrained. So it would probably need to be on one side of the bridge or the other.
Okay. And do you know how much money has been spent so far doing all the planning?
I'm going to have to look. I can get back to you later in the meeting.
Okay. And then on the train crossings, same kind of question. I mean, was East Meadow considered as a location for the train underpass?
We haven't done any real alternatives analysis on the overcrossing, undercrossing. That's actually what we'd like to move forward with is to start. So if you'd like us to look at East Meadow as one of the alternatives, we can certainly do that.
Okay, because it seemed like you suggested some configurations in the report, but I think like half of them you said weren't really feasible or had issues. And is there a preferred scenario? And if I'm reading it, does that require eminent domain to acquire property?
There's a city-owned power substation that's along Park Boulevard on the other side of the tracks, and I think in order to avoid acquisition, I think using that would probably be, if we were going to stay in the Loma Verde, Matadero Creek vicinity,
okay.
I think the only way to avoid any kind of right-of-way acquisition would be to somehow use that city substation property.
So that was more Colorado, right? I think the Loma Verde straight shot was the acquire property option.
Yeah, there's homes along the entire stretch of Park Boulevard between the tracks, and so there would need to be property acquisition if you were to come straight off Loma Verde.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Filseth, or is that who slide it is? Yeah, okay.
Although actually, I think my question actually already got answered, so thanks very much. It's too bad because the Class 4 bikeway on Loma Verde looks really cool.
So I had a few questions. One is the potential or the separated crossing at Loma Verde over the tracks. Is that also envisioned in this estimate to include crossing over Alma, or would it be signalized at Alma?
So we looked at a couple different configurations. One would be to go actually boring underneath Alma and the Caltrain tracks, or doing an at-grade crossing that would require some sort of signal. So there were
An at-grade crossing on the tracks, or you mean on Alma?
On Alma Street.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but the dollar amount that was used for the estimate, is that for fully separated under Alma and Caltrain?
We wanted to give you like the most
Okay.
kind of conservative
It'd
number.
probably be helpful if we had an approximate range if we signalized Alma and then had a tunnel or overpass on the tracks. So that's one thought. And then on the lower portion from Greer to 101, it's referred to as constrained, but on the north side there, I'll call it north side, we have another one of our substations, and I think an open space there. So what are the constraints on that segment?
On the 101 end?
From Greer to 101? Then, yeah.
Really, the only constraint, Mayor, is just the seasonal access of it, so just not having full access year-round. There's also a vertical height constraint underneath 101. It's about 7.5.
Well, I didn't mean the getting under 101. I meant from Greer to 101. That's listed as constrained.
Only the seasonal access, that's the constraint.
Okay. Well, I get it. All right. So you're not saying there's a physical
Not a
limitation
physical,
of
more
it.
than operational constraint.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as far as the value of the grade separation at approximately Loma Verde, is this something that is being looked at as principally a South Palo Alto to West Palo Alto connection? I know we have our Marguerite to Matadero up to the Ballpark path that you mentioned. Is there any consideration of the value to Stanford Research Park, because the Ballpark path essentially also connects right there?
Yeah, I think you include the ballpark path, and you have a Baylands to a Rastradero foothill corridor. I think there's a value for the entire south side of the city as well as the the southwest quadrant. I think VTA also recognizes that this is a regional barrier, and that it'll help people get from the the San Francisco Bay Trail across the Caltrain and Alma corridor, and serve as more of a regional connection as well.
So the Stanford Research, so I had always thought of this, and this goes back to when Councilmember Holman and I were on the Planning Commission, and we strongly supported a South Palo Alto grade separation for bike and bed. I had always thought of it as for kids and residents between South Palo Alto and West Palo Alto. Have we had any discussions with the Research Park? They now have their transportation management agency, and there's 26,000 employees in the Research Park. They had heat maps on where their employees reside, and then they're doing a survey right now, like we did for the downtown transportation management agency, on what willingness there is of workers to take other modes if alternatives were attractive. Are you in any discussions with them about the value of that grade separation and, frankly, this whole corridor to the Research Park, in addition to the value between South and West Palo Alto?
So getting direction from you this evening would be would enable us to begin the preliminary project work associated with this overcrossing, undercrossing, so we can certainly start having that discussion and look at how it fits into the greater network, as well as the regional bicycle network.
Okay, and we had also this I forget what you called it, kind of a pop-up event, and that was actually on the creek. But it only had a couple blocks that was on the creek, and then the rest was people tried out different routes. What were the responses from the community on the value and the preferences and all of that?
Sure, I can respond to that. So we had about 250 people attend that event. It was a Saturday afternoon, where we opened up a section between Waverly and Cowper for the community to explore, about 4 hours. The comments received back through comment cards were attached, all of them scanned and copied and provided to council. About 60 to 70% were supportive. Some of people expressed support but had reservations about some of the constraints that we shared. The maps that I presented in this PowerPoint and the feasibility study were also shared with the public. So some people were a little bit let down that the path didn't go all the way through, that didn't look like the section that we showed from Waverly Cowper all the way through. And then some of them were also shared lots of concerns that we'd heard throughout the process about privacy, about safety, about safety to the creek as well, with the need for additional gates that would have to be installed potentially, the fact that it couldn't be lit at night. There were lots of concerns that we also heard from the public at that event. But I think everybody expressed gratitude for being able to experience the trail, at least for firsthand. And we heard also from one of the property owners who was surprised to see the event happening and came to us and also talked about the privacy concerns. And this is a property owner that did have a low fence, and people were walking past their home, and she was able to tell us firsthand about people looking into her back windows and share that important feedback, I think, into what a design would have to look like to prevent that kind of intrusion into privacy.
Okay, thank you. So that, I think, covers our questions. So we'll now go to the public. We have...
If I could just answer Councilmember Dubois' earlier question.
Sure.
The total budget for the feasibility study was $383,000.
Is that out of the 1.5 grant, or that's?
No, that was funded through the city bicycle and pedestrian plan implementation.
Okay, so we have 9 speakers. If anyone else wishes to put a card in, they need to do so at this time. Our first speaker is Julie Nolan, to be followed by Mike Nolan, and each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. Welcome.
In the beginning, someone looked at a map and imagined a public trail on the maintenance road along the Matadero Flood Control Channel. The imagined route was included in the 2012 Bike and Pedestrian Plan as a Class 1 bike trail, proposed to be continuous from west of Caltrain to east of 101. This despite a private property all the way to the creek wall at Waverly Street, multiple clean-out ramps along the route, and crossing of many streets in Midtown, important streets. Apparently, these facts were not known by the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors when they voted to grant the $1.5 million to Palo Alto for a Matadero Creek Trail. So anyway, money was allocated by the city, consultants were hired, a Citizens Advisory Committee was created. I'm a member of that committee and a longtime Matadero Creek neighbor. On November 9th, as you know, City Council heard the recommendation of city staff in concurrence with the conclusions of the CAC that a Matadero Creek Trail was not feasible. Despite this, more money was allocated. Consultants were hired, resulting in a list of options before you this evening. This new set of consultants arranged to open the maintenance road between Waverly and Cowper on April 23rd, sent a postcard to residents, inviting them to walk and bike on the Greenway. Turns out that the consultants made actually a significant mistake. In their draft report, they show that width as 14 feet, but it turns out the actual width is 11 feet. So by the city's own standard for a shared use path, that's not adequate. The standard is 12 feet. Thus, the only possible segment of the hybrid route that bikes could use is the 2-block segment from Ross to Lewis. That's along the creek maintenance road. So the odd and costly bits and pieces of proposed path options cannot be landscaped, cannot be lit, and it just is a very costly way to think about this. It has no benefit to Midtown. It's a fully built-out neighborhood, sidewalks everywhere, safe for bikes. So creating a public path immediately adjacent to all the private homes is a serious invasion of privacy. It's not just about looking into your backyard. It's about the noise and hundreds of people going by. I want to point out that that same November 9th meeting, City Council voted unanimously to approve a second-story overlay to protect a neighborhood from the invasion of privacy for second stories being built on houses adjacent to their property. It's time for the City Council to return the $1.5 million to the county and request that the money be allocated to a deserving project.
So if we can, as members of the public, what we want to do is create an environment where people on all sides of issues feel safe and comfortable, so we try to discourage applause or booing. So our next speaker is Mike Nolan. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the time. I'm a little confused as exactly what just happened here, but I think I'm here to throw my support behind what the city staff has recommended. And that's because I've been really involved with this. I've paid a lot of attention to it over the last 2 years. And every chance I've got, I've asked city staff, I've asked the consultants what the purpose of this project is. And frankly, I've never gotten a very good answer. Is it a connector project? Well, no, it can't really be a connector project because we haven't, until maybe now, really known what it's going to connect to. Is it something that's going to get bicycles and pedestrians faster from east to west? No, it's not, and it's not really safe. As you can see up there, it's this hybrid of zigzag segments of paths, some of which are multi-use, some of which aren't. So it really makes no sense getting anybody from east to west. But if I understand what the staff just recommended, to focus on the endpoints in that section, which I think is the sections that are D, E, and F, maybe that does make sense because it will connect people, bikes and people, faster through that section of the trail. I'm not sure. So Council Member Niss's comment, I do live next to the creek. I've lived there since 1978. We've gone through lots of construction in there, and during the last major construction phase where they raised the level of the channel, they redid the bridges, they redid the fences. And so ever since they've done that, we don't have any homeless people living underneath the bridge. The graffiti's kind of gone away. Teenagers don't hang out there at night. But I can assure you that if it's open even nominally, those are all going to return, at least the graffiti and the teenagers hanging out there at all times of the day and night. And to the consultants, to Jeff, I want to thank him for fixing the problem in the report where they said the channel was 14 feet wide. And with that pop-up event, it wasn't. And so there are constraints for that section to be a shared use path. It doesn't meet existing guidelines. So anyway, I ask you to think about what the goals are. If the money that you're going to allocate makes some sense and satisfies some goal, it's probably okay. But if it doesn't, maybe it is time to give that money back to the county. I'm not sure. I mean, it's taxpayer money. It really needs to be used to do something that's really worthwhile and has some vision. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Beach, to be followed by David Beach. Welcome.
Mayor Burt, council members, thank you for letting us speak this evening. As a disclaimer, I will let you know that I have lived next to the creek on the Ross Lewis section of Clara for the last 45 years. So I have a vested interest. I've also reared 3 children in Palo Alto who have bicycled, and I have a husband who's a bicycle commuter. So bicycles have been front and center in our lives for a long time. And I would welcome a bicycle trail from the bay to the foothills. But I'd like to start, that's the goal. How do we achieve it? We don't achieve it by doing a piecemeal, block by block, zigzag configuration that ends up really being a trail to nowhere and it's not a bike trail. The bike trail can use that one portion between, although I just understand now, not. So the only portion that's really available to bicycles is Ross to Lewis. How are we going to keep the bicycles off the other areas? So I would urge you to vote against this as it's arranged now. I think that Loma Verde is a wonderful option, but not the way the consultants have configured it. And I'd like to cede the rest of my time to my husband if possible.
Sorry, we don't allow seating time except under a rule where 5 members can combine their time. Our next speaker is David Beach.
Do you allow VGA connections to your projector?
Over there. Will be followed by Sherry Furman.
Perfect, thank you. What is the best value proposition? Can you hear me? I think you can, yes?
No, we need to.
Thank you. I didn't bring a clicker, my fault. What is the best value proposition for bicyclists in Palo Alto? I'm only looking at Section D of the proposed plan because I've looked rather carefully at that. Matadero right-of-way or Loma Verde Avenue? Next slide, please. Here's a matrix, decision matrix that might be helpful. And the first thing I want to look at is it a natural environment which will be spiritually and physically refreshing for people going there? Next slide, please. On the left is the Matadero Creek, and on the right is Loma Verde. Matadero Creek is a wonderful industrial solution to flood control. It is an eyesore. It has nothing to do with recreation in the wild and scenic nature. Loma Verde is actually quite beautiful. Next slide, please. And here we look at some details: algal blooms, weeds in the channel versus property owners making beautiful scenery for people who might be riding through there. Next slide, please. The next thing I want to look at is this degree of danger, particularly to school children riding, but also to everybody else bicycling. Next slide, please. And what I see is we have interblock, that is in between block crossings necessary to implement the Matadero Creek plan. And in one case, the one which I measured, next slide please, oops, never mind. It was only 206 feet from one stop sign to the next vehicle control area, and that is going to cause anxiety, anger, frustration, confusion. That is not a safe condition. In fact, in my opinion, it's much more dangerous than a few driveways, even if a few is 56. Next slide, please. The next thing I want to look at is it a decent connector? I think both. Next slide, please. Here's a map that shows both routes, both connecting routes. I think both of them are excellent connectors. They both go to the edge of the Baylands, to the edge of US 101. They're only about a block apart, in fact, a little less than a block apart. They're parallel. One is beautiful, one is ugly. One could be safe, and the other is not going to be. Next slide, please. And then I want to look at construction cost, and this will bring me to value proposition. One is upwards of $5 million, and the other is probably $1.5 million max. Next slide, please. And there's operating cost, and the operating cost to manage the complexity of the Matadero Creek project is going to be much higher. And finally, Matadero Creek is not a natural creek. It's not a riparian environment. It's an industrial solution. And I think we'd be much better off to celebrate the flood control it provides. I happen to be a homeowner on that creek, so I'm very, very glad that it's there. And to create a beautiful and safe connector along Loma Verde Avenue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sherry Furman, to be followed by Davina Brown.
Good evening, council members. I apologize in advance. My recent foray into the Arctic Circle has left me with bronchitis, so if I cough, excuse me. Anyway, I wanted to say I'm a member of the Midtown Connector Citizens Advisory Committee, as well as the chair of the Midtown Residents Association, and thus have facilitated and been involved in many meetings on this project over the past several years. Twice now, the Citizens Advisory Committee, at least the majority of us, has found the connector options or have found the connection options to be infeasible, as have the majority of Midtown residents who have attended meetings and spoken to me. Yet here we are trying to push this project through. As far as costs, the Stanford and Palo Alto Trail Program grant application quoted a cost for this project at $2 million. However, we're up at least 2, 3, 4, 5 times that now. I always look at the return of investment on a project, and the costs alone for both the shared use path and pedestrian-only paths are just plain old prohibitive, and that doesn't even include the maintenance costs. And do we truly need 3 under over 101 crossings in the 1.5 miles between Embarcadero and San Antonio? As far as safety, it's been a major concern for residents. Remember that this creek is primarily a flood control project, not a creek in the true sense of a recreational path. Look carefully at the zigzag nature of the paths. What are we really gaining with this configuration? Between having to switch sides of the creek and mid-block crossings, we are creating more, not fewer hazards than exist with current sidewalks and bike paths. The suggestions to mitigate falling hazards into the creek are frankly just not acceptable, nor is the liability risk to the city. Herbicide spraying and rapid creek rise during heavy rains are not adequately addressed. And let me say, I've lived next to this creek for close to 40 years, and so I know what the patterns there are. The idea of using flashing beacons in mid-block crossings in residential neighborhoods is simply unacceptable. I personally don't want to see flashing lights every few minutes in my house. So in conclusion, since we're not talking about Loma Verde, both the shared use path, the costs are just too high for what you're trying to accomplish here with bike availability already existing on Colorado and Loma Verde. And frankly, East Meadow, which is what a lot of the committee was in favor of, already has the infrastructure there. It's a wide street, it's got parking separated from bike paths, it crosses Alma, it will connect with the new bike bridge. That is the logical east-west connector. All the other east-west streets in Midtown are very narrow. So I ask you, please reject all of these options and just do some, go with East Meadow and do some prettying up on the other east-west paths. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Davina Brown, to be followed by Robert Neff.
I think the alternatives presented are a bad idea, and I urge you to vote no. Find some other way of doing it. As far as going under the tracks, the city has put ourselves out there and said we want the train to go in a trench. I mean, how deep can you dig? I mean, it's ridiculous. If alternatives are available for commuters to ride their bikes in the dark, then certainly those paths and bikeways are available for people to use in the day. Those aren't heavily traveled streets. They're safe. My kids rode them. I ride them. And I suggest you use the money elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Neff, to be followed by Evelyn Guernsey.
Good evening. I'm Robert Neff. I, too, am a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee, and maybe you can imagine what our meetings were like. First, thank you for requesting this feasibility study when this came to you last fall. The feasibility study provides the first practical roadmap for developing a pathway along the creek. Please pass the staff recommendations for the proposals to continue the Matadero Creek Trail as a mixed-use or pedestrian path, including eventual development of the undercrossing at Highway 101 and the Alma Caltrain crossing. A mixed-use trail from Ross to Greer along the creek enables recreational off-street walking and jogging there, dog walking, plus creates options for bicyclists, especially timid cyclists who may prefer to stay off streets shared with auto traffic. Paraphrasing one of our planning commissioners, it makes the best use of the available land next to the creek, which would otherwise lie fallow. Also, as my son says, it's really nice to have access to a creek channel, even a concrete channel with its ducks and water changing with the seasons. I hope more funds can be found to extend this, including the pedestrian crossing at Middlefield. Developing the seasonal underpass at 101 creates a connection for pedestrians, joggers, dog walkers, and bicyclists to Baylands destinations and mixed-use paths for recreation and travel. As one senior noted at the demonstration day, she would like to have access to this facility, which is already used by those able to jump a fence at Greer or a guardrail at West Bayshore. Finally, well over half of the 250 residents who came to the Creek Path demonstration did express their positive preference for developing the path. Many safety, security, and practicality objections have been made to pathway proposals. The staff report identifies practical alternatives along the corridor and has addressed all security and safety concerns related to street crossings and public access behind residents' back fences. These kinds of configurations already exist in Palo Alto and in nearby cities. There's no evidence that a pathway like this creates problems. In Palo Alto, we already have many residences whose backyard fence separates them from public parks, schools, or pathways. For example, the Bull Park path has backyards up against it. The JLS pathway between Charleston and Meadow also has backyards separated by simple fences, and we never hear of problems with either of these areas. So please support the staff proposal, and thank you for your efforts to make Palo Alto a better place.
Thank you. And I accidentally had two cards stick together. Juliana Irolequi, excuse me.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, that's good. Hello, I am Juliana Irolequi, and I am 11 years old. And regardless of what you decide on, I think it would be a good idea to put a crosswalk at Middlefield and Sutter, because there is the Hoover Park path, there's Keys School, and there's the Winter Lodge, and then there's apartments. Children at Keys School live around Sutter and Clara and all around there. And if they need to get home, the alternative to crossing Middlefield, which is a risky road to cross, is to go across Colorado, which has many busy commercial driveways such as Safeway, the Chase Bank, and apartments. And just walking on the sidewalk can be very dangerous. So it would be a good idea to put a crosswalk there so kids, adults, anyone won't get hurt walking across, trying to just get home or something. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evelyn Guernsey, to be followed by our final speaker, Rita Verrell. Welcome.
So I'd like to thank Juliana for making that suggestion, because I do live in that area and that is a horrible crossing. Since the city has brought up the Matadero Creek Trail, you seem to be hung up on this $1.5 million and how to spend it. It is not a good idea. It is not feasible. We tell our kids, just say no. I'm asking you, just say no. I live on Clara. I back up against the creek. I'm concerned about all the things that have been brought up, the security, the safety, the privacy. If kid, heaven forbid, falls in the creek, there is no way out of that creek. There are no ladders. There are no steps. It is a cement wall that goes straight up and down. Does the money that you guys are budgeting in the planning committee account for fencing so they can't go in the creek? The walls are not that tall. Someone can fall in. I'm concerned about the privacy of our property, the tagging, the graffiti, the partying that goes on, the homeless people that are going to live back there. We've been told by the planning committee that that's not an issue on other places. It does come up. It is issues periodically. This is a locked area currently. You're now suggesting it's unlocked and open to the public. The mid-block crossings, it's a zigzag. No commuter is going to want to bike this and have to stop at every block to cross when there's alternatives that have lights and stop signs with traffic, especially the Lewis. There's a stop sign at Seal Park. I think someone brought up it's probably 250 yards before you hit the creek. They're going to have to stop again. Motorists blow through that Seal Park stop sign every day a lot. Do you think they're going to stop at the creek after blowing that stop sign? Probably not. So again, safety issues. So I just ask you to say no, because this has been a bad idea from day one. And from my viewpoint, the only people that want this are people that don't live on the creek. The people that live on the creek are very opposed. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Rita Verrell.
Hello. I don't live on the creek, and I'm not a bicyclist, but I've been here for a couple of meetings when this project has been discussed, and I'd have to agree with the last speaker that it seems like somebody is really trying to get 1.5 million free dollars, which from the proposal listed tonight is going to cost you $22 million to get the 1.5 free million dollars. These aren't free dollars because we all pay for them as taxpayers. Also, I live near a church, and I know that the activities at the church are supposed to end at 10 o'clock. Sometimes they don't. The parking lot is quite wide, so noise can occur any place on the 4 acres of the church. The police, when I call, tell me that they have to be present when the noise is occurring. So if they get there 5 minutes after the noise has occurred, nothing can happen. This means that if I want the noise to stop, somehow I have to be magical in calling immediate. It's almost like the gasoline lawn blowers. The police have to be there when it's occurring. So I can see that this would be a problem to residents. The church was kind enough to build a fence for me and the neighboring and my neighbors who protested the building of the school. This fence cost over $10,000. It was an 8-foot redwood fence. It's beautiful, but I don't know that the cost of these fences were included in the proposal. Also, ivy and vegetation die, and they're not a very good screen. The other thing is that a citizen brought up that fences on parks butt up against residential property. A park is a very large expanse. I looked at this creek the other day when I was driving somewhere else. It's a very narrow piece of concrete, and all the noise is going to be condensed into those 11 or 12 feet. It's not going to be like a park. So I urge you also to give up the $1.5 million, look at the streets that are nearby this Matadero Creek, and use them effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. So we'll now return. Did I get it right? Yeah. We'll now return to the council for discussion. And Councilmember Wolbach.
So I'll keep an open mind and listen to my colleagues, but where I am right now, I'm tempted to say let's scratch the creek as an alternative. I understand the arguments in favor, but I think that my current thinking is that the benefits of a creek trail on this creek are just outweighed by the downsides. And I appreciate lots of staff work to explore this, and I appreciate the work by the PTC and those in the community who have supported it. The last time this came to us, we almost killed it, but we said, we weren't ready to kill it yet. I was one of those who said, let's really make sure before we rule this out that we've really tried to make it work. And I think we've tried as hard as we can, and it just doesn't seem to make sense. So that's kind of where I'm starting from. Again, I'll hear my colleagues out if they have arguments that could convince me
We'll all
otherwise.
hear each other. Okay. What? Oh, that's okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to keep going with my comments.
Okay.
I am much more interested in exploring Loma Verde. I think that, as I was, just confirming with staff earlier, just the distances. Loma Verde is, as I mentioned before, it's halfway between Oregon Ave and Meadow, approximately. So that's a good location for a midway point. It's only half of a mile from the Adobe Creek Bridge that we're going to be putting in to connect to the Baylands and also to businesses in North Bay Shore, both in Palo Alto at that end and in Mountain View. And so I think there's an important nexus there. And I'll also mention that Loma Verde is pretty wide. It's much better than Colorado. Colorado is obviously too narrow to do something like this on. as we discussed before, Loma Verde is not as wide as Meadow, so we wouldn't do it exactly like we're doing it on Meadow. And there is a downside if we end up taking out, parking on one side of the street. So I have mixed feelings about that. But I think that we can do something with Loma Verde. Loma Verde already has bike lanes, so we already encourage people to ride their bicycles on Loma Verde. Loma Verde, because of its width, and especially between Middlefield and Bayshore, there are only 3 stop signs. And because of that infrequency of stop signs and the width on Loma Verde, it's very tempting for drivers to drive fast. And I know it's because I drive that road almost every day, whether by car or by motorcycle, and it takes a lot of mental work to remind myself to slow down because it's so tempting to go fast. We know that the engineering, the design of streets encourages people to drive a certain speed. And if it's wide open and you don't have very many stops, it really encourages people to go fast. And so whether it's through some changes in the striping or something else that Josh was referring to earlier, and I'd love to hear more thoughts about that tonight, or if it's through a Class 4 separated bike lane, if it creates a slightly narrower street and a sense of a narrower street, I think that that would actually help reduce the frequency of speeding traffic on Loma Verde and would increase the safety. But I'd like to hear the staff's thoughts on that. But I am worried about the safety on Loma Verde right now, where we already have bike lanes because of the design of the streetway. And so what I'm tempted to think we ought to do is just focus on Loma Verde. And any future exploration should really be around the question of how do we improve bike safety and improve biking and encourage biking on Loma Verde, whether that's through Class 4 or some other alternatives that staff recommends. But that's where I am at this point on this project. But I'd be curious to hear, I'm sorry, I didn't ask for this specifically earlier, but you did mention earlier that maybe we could do something else besides a Class 4 on Loma Verde. Could we get a little bit more, if you have any thoughts about that at this point?
So we've talked a lot about some of the things that we could do on Loma Verde, and if we wanted to install one-way separated bikeways similar to what we're looking at on East Meadow, you would either need to remove all of the parking on Loma Verde, or you would need to convert it to a one-way street for motor vehicles. By converting it to a one-way street, you could use one of the travel lanes to get the width that you need to have one-way separated bikeways, the necessary buffer between the bikeways and the remaining travel lane. Without doing that, if we were to keep the existing, standard bike lanes that are there today, we could look at some conflict markings, some enhanced green pavement markings. Perhaps there's an opportunity to switch the parking and create a chicane type effect, so move the parking back and forth on each block so that you reduce motor vehicle speeds. I think we would need to look at some type of intersection treatments, whether it be roundabouts or center choker islands, something to create that kind of horizontal deflection. I think there's opportunities to get the motor vehicle speeds down. You're still not going to have that separated condition that a trail would have. Folks are going to need to share the lane in some locations and ride adjacent to motor vehicle traffic, and in a lot of places they'll be between a travel lane and on-street parking, which is not a comfortable place for a lot of inexperienced cyclists and folks that want that off-street condition. So I think we can get almost there, but I don't think we're going to create that condition that people are looking for when they go trail riding and want to be completely separated from traffic.
Right, and just to wrap up, I just don't think that this creek provides that trail vibe that people are looking for when they're looking for trail riding, and that's what our bike bridge at Adobe is designed to provide, so people can go to the Baylands and bike or walk over there. And for commuting, a straight shot is much easier than this back and forth thing that we've got with this proposal. And so I don't think it really provides a great, I don't think that the creek will provide a great recreational opportunity. It's something of a recreational opportunity, but it's not top-notch. And it doesn't provide a top-notch commute option because of the back and forth and because of the location. So yeah, and so again, whether it's through improvements, such as were just mentioned, or if we do decide to look more at a Class 4 bike lane on Loma Verde, I'm not ready to rule that out, and I think that's where our focus should be after tonight.
Okay. Vice Mayor Scharf.
Thanks. So you said it, but I didn't really follow it. If we just do the segments, the D, E, and F, where does that hook into a bike path? You said it wasn't a waste because there was a bike path that hooked into it. Where did that come from? How did that work?
So Ross Road is a bike boulevard, and you actually just approved the final design contract for that in April. So we're actually moving forward with designing and constructing the Ross Road Bike Boulevard. And then later this year, we're going to be bringing forward the Greer Road Bicycle Boulevard. So you would connect to two north-south corridors that would distribute people, throughout the Midtown community and connect them to the trail segment at Ross Road.
So what this really would do would take you between the Ross Road Bicycle Boulevard and the Greer Boulevard.
And onto the Baylands.
Assuming we do the underconnect.
Yes.
And if we did the underconnect, it's only operational 6 months a year. Is that correct?
I think we open in April and close in October. Yeah.
And if we moved forward with this, what would we spend to do the engineering in that for the seasonal undercrossing? Or would we not start that right away?
So environmental work for the seasonal undercrossing would be, these are very conservative estimates. We wouldn't know until we went out to bid and came back with a contract. But 15% of the construction cost is $225,000.
Okay. Oh, so we'd spend the $225 and the $150 up front. That's the.
We'd spend $225 on environmental, and then an additional $225 on final design. And then construction is 1.5 for the seasonal undercrossing.
So I think this is really a tough call. I'm sort of with Corey on the Loma Verde. I mean, it's cheaper, it goes better, but I was very concerned with what you said about the safety, frankly. And I was trying to judge whether or not it was the perfect being the enemy of the good, or if there really was a dangerous situation that we shouldn't build. So the fact that you even brought it to us lets me think to some extent that it can't be that dangerous, because otherwise why is it even being brought to us as a possibility? So I guess I would pose that back to you.
So I think, two-way separated bikeways are fairly new in the United States, and two-way separated bikeways on two-way streets are not very common. So, while best practices generally dictate that you don't install a two-way facility on a two-way street with a lot of driveways, we've kind of gone back and forth because it's a residential street. The driveways are extremely low volume. Most of the people using the driveways are going to know that there's a two-way bikeway in front of their house and that they need to look both ways, with the exception of visitors and people. But there's also intersections that you're going to be traversing on the two-way bikeway, and those may be frequented by people that are visitors and not quite familiar with the operation of the two-way bikeway. So we've struggled with this a little bit. If it was a commercial street with a lot of shopping center driveways, we wouldn't have even brought it to you because it's just not something we would recommend. But because of the quietness of Loma Verde and the low volume of the driveways, it's something we considered for a little bit.
So I know it wasn't the staff recommendation, but would you think it was in the realm of reasonableness, given the safety, the way you've described it, for council to say move forward with the Loma Verde, or would you say that you would have serious concerns about that?
I'll let Jeff weigh in too. They look at a lot of these types of facilities across the country, but I would say I think there's ways to mitigate if there were driveways that we were really concerned about. There's treatments that you can do at the driveways. You can actually raise the path and create kind of a speed hump for the path users. There's enhanced signage and striping. There's geometric things we can do that to address if there was one particular driveway or a handful of driveways that we were really concerned about sight lines. And so I think a lot of the concerns can be mitigated. I'll let Jeff talk a little bit more about it. We've talked about this, extendedly.
Sure, absolutely. So the other thing that I would mention is that the travelway will be reduced to 19 feet, so it's a pretty narrow space for cars. So that's also going to be a traffic calming feature that I think was brought up. So that's also going to have an effect of helping motorists be aware of bicyclists using this. What Josh mentioned, a kind of a rather innovative and at this point fairly new configuration. We don't see a lot of it around the country at this point, so it would be a learning curve, especially for folks that live on this. But our engineering staff, Alta, is confident that this could be done safely. We wouldn't have brought it otherwise to the city if we didn't think it could be done safely, because particularly those driveways, although the number is high, they are residential. And so the same drivers are going to be going in and out of their driveways every day and become quickly attuned to what they need to look for. And as I mentioned, they're already looking for pedestrians moving in both directions and bicyclists in one direction. So it's a new direction of bicyclists coming across their path. Hopefully that answers your question.
With that explanation, I actually would support the Loma Verde bike path. I mean, I think given the price, and part of it would be conditional support, frankly, in that I'm assuming we can use the grant money and get them to go with that. If we can't use the grant money, I may still support it, frankly, but I'd like to know that before we went off and spent a lot of money on it, frankly. I have real concerns about, if we don't do the Matadero Creek one, I think spending the $450,000 or $500,000 to do a seasonal undercrossing makes 0 sense at that point, I think. I mean, it's a big number. I'm a little sensitive, frankly, that we spent $383,000 on this, and at the end of the day, we won't really have anything to show for that money, other than that we now know this doesn't work, as a full Matadero Creek. And I don't really want to do that with the seasonal undercrossing, and I don't really understand, since the Finance Committee spent so much time looking at where we are with our infrastructure, and there really didn't seem to be enough staff time and enough staff resources to move forward on infrastructure projects. And this holds 2 new staff infrastructure projects, which is the seasonal undercrossing and the Caltrain Alma Street undercrossing. And I guess on that, I think to spend $1 million or to direct staff to go start doing that without understanding how that fits into the overall plan of how we're going to do our infrastructure and what money we're going to spend, I don't think I would support that tonight. I might support it in terms of a separate staff report that talked about framing it in terms of what this affects the rest of the infrastructure plan and what the staff resources are to do this and what staff that'll pull away and what's the likelihood after we spend that $1 million that we'll actually get it funded. I might actually want to see the VTA tax pass first. Or maybe if the argument was that if you started it now, you'll get first in line for that money. I'd just rather see a separate staff report rather than do this, frankly, almost as an addendum to the Matadero Bike Creek. So I won't be supporting that tonight. And I think that's really sort of my thoughts at this point.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, let me go the other way around. First, talk about Loma Verde. Loma Verde is one of the critical east-west streets in South Palo Alto. You can go from Amarillo to Charleston, 2 miles. There's only 3 through streets that go east-west. One is Colorado, one is Loma Verde, one is East Meadow. Colorado, as you point out, is a smaller street. It actually bends in the middle. So it means the east-west traffic, car traffic, is oriented there. It's important because West Bayshore has a lot of commercial operations. It has some dense housing. It has 3 schools on it. So there is a lot of traffic during rush hour and other times. The bike lane is a solution of, let's get bicyclists comfortable on this road. But the 63 driveways, it means probably people backing out in the early morning hours, which during wintertime are dark and kids are going to school. So it's a challenge, and we ought to keep that in mind. Taking out a parking lane on Loma Verde. Oh, it works, but you use a funny method of measuring parking. It's the average over different periods of the day. Well, we have dense housing built on Loma Verde and West Bay Shore. And if you ever go by there in the evening, there's a good 40 to 45 cars parked there because people have to get from this dense housing to employment or shopping neighborhoods, which aren't there. So when you average out, you say, oh, taking away a parking lane only leads to an 11% decline in parking. But of course, if you go by there in the evening, it's a 37% decline in parking availability. And Maddox, being the only alternative street, can absorb 4, but not 14. So you're asking people to go into the neighborhood because we tend to underpark our dense housing. So what's the alternative? Matadero. Matadero Creek got a funding grant from the Santa Clara Valley Water District of $1.5 million. And it was given because the water district owns the right-of-way, and they were encouraging the cities who have those creeks and the right-of-way to turn it into bike and pedestrian paths. And if you look down the peninsula, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, Cupertino, San Jose, they all have wonderful pedestrian bike paths. And they do not complain, you'll note, about privacy and security. Actually, the value of the properties tend to go up. You probably also notice the Mountain View Baylands have many more residents out there than the Palo Alto Baylands do. And part of it is because of the permanent bike pedestrian path from the middle of the city to the Baylands. I like very much that you took the issue of privacy and security very seriously and did your homework looking around and found that there was not security issues. That's something I think we have to keep a very sharp eye on. But I think our neighboring cities would assure you that they have not noticed that, and they are encouraging the water district to give more grants in their communities. I was struck in the Planning Commission how the planning commissioners were skeptical at first, but once they began talking about the benefits of having an off-road path through the middle of a residential community, is really a benefit for the city. We do not have that. There are not other alternatives around, but all of a sudden to have a vision of being able to go to the Baylands, to Midtown, to California Avenue, to the Stanford Research Park, to the foothills, off-road is a safer alternative for kids, for joggers, for older people. It's a wonderful addition to the city and an opportunity. And I guess I like the way you're doing it very carefully, starting out with several segments, especially ones that might connect to the Baylands, but seeing if it works, how it works, with the water district paying most of the bill. So I would be supportive of moving ahead with your first hybrid recommendation.
Councilmember Niss.
Let me go way back for a minute, and I'm going to guess the only one here who might remember the Bryant bike path at the beginning is Bob Moss. Anybody else you can think of here, Bob? When that bike path first started, way back when, the streets on either side of it were the streets that were left open and Bryant was closed. And there was a great outcry about that. That's been a long time. And Bryant works very well, and I think probably everybody in this community has ridden Bryant at one time or another. Just to mention, it was extremely controversial at the time. There weren't bike paths, as I don't remember what year it was, but sometime in the 80s. So if you now fast forward to what we're talking about now, I find myself with Corey on this, having trouble with the creek. And as I said, full disclosure, I was on the county board when this was voted in. We made some visits to it. But I think in that length of time, and thank you to the gentleman who brought very illustrative pictures tonight about how one looks versus the other. I'm continuing to have trouble with the creek aspect of it, and I don't think I could articulate it more than you did tonight, Corey. It troubles me, and I would truly be more comfortable going back to the Loma Verde. But let me also ask, because one of the things that another audience member asked tonight, Sherry Furman said, what happened to East Meadow? Did you look at East Meadow? Did you consider that more thoroughly, that, again, probably a slightly wider street? Yeah, meaning they just didn't make much, they didn't give much attention to it. Pat's reminding me it's still part of the plan, but it's not what we've really discussed extensively. I'm looking at this right now. I see Colorado, I see Loma Verde.
So East Meadow is being worked on under a separate contract, and we plan to bring you some different concepts for that relatively shortly, but it's not part of this project. We are looking at it based on the direction we got back in November, but it's not part of this feasibility study that we're presenting tonight.
So might we be working on them both at the same time?
Yes, in November you gave us clear direction to just move forward with East Meadow, regardless of what the outcome was for the Midtown Connector.
So we could have those both underway simultaneously. So at this point, and also, again, full disclosure, I'm not a big biker. And when I look at something like, I'm sorry, just a reminder, it's great when they have numbers on the slides. But when I look at something like this that looks safe to ride on, looks as though I'd feel pretty protected, I would tend to ride on that. I'm just not quite brave enough to do the, what the vice mayor and the mayor do, which is, and Corey with his motorcycle, put on that helmet and just ride down the street. It just isn't my comfort level. I believe in it, but I do know that something like this would be very tempting, and I wouldn't hesitate to put my kids on a street that looked like this. I hear your hesitancies, but this is quite appealing. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Filsath.
Yeah, I don't think I have too much to add. Maybe one thing, but the creek project, it seems, conceptually, is a great idea, right? I mean, we got this creek, we put a path down it, it'll go straight, we don't have to get straws and so forth. And I think you can clearly see the attraction to this. And yet it seems like, as we've sort of gone through actually figuring out what it would do, one compromise after another has sort of come up. And at this point, there's a lot of compromise that would have to be made to try to get it work. And I think to staff's credit, I think staff has tried really hard and done as good a job as can possibly be done on this. And yet, faced with sort of this, and it only works for bikes on some parts of it and not on other parts and so forth, and you got to do all these sort of stuff to make it work. As I look at this, I'd probably just ride down Loma Verde as is, right? And so I think that to the Vice Mayor's question earlier, the right question on and I don't know what the right answer is, whether a two-way bike path is the right way or not, right? But I think the right question to ask is, if Matadero Creek were not an option, okay, if it was just leave Loma Verde with one way on each side versus do the two-way thing, then would we do it? And I think that's probably the right way to ask it, because I think just I think there's just a lot of compromises that would detract from people actually using, what we got here. Okay. But I think staff's done a yeoman's job trying to make it work. All right, thanks.
Councilmember Du Bois.
So I went back and looked at our report from last November, actually, and it's a somewhat different take this time. I think last time staff and the advisory committee both, suggested against this path. And it still feels really disjointed. I think my council members have spoken to that. And I, too, have a lot of concerns about kind of the zigzag trail versus a straight shot on Loma Verde. Also the financing, the feasibility. I mean, the price on Loma Verde is right in the budget if we can use that grant. I would say I emphasize with the privacy concerns, and I don't think it's just about fencing. I think some people may like their view of the creek or across the creek to their neighbor's house, and it's about noise, and it's about people being right there in your backyard and maybe not wanting to put up a high fence. I also think the comment about what's going to happen on the pedestrian-only sections if we have bike sections and ped sections, I'm sure the bikes are just going to go through on the ped sections. So a lot of the public comments echoed my thinking. I don't think the plan makes sense. I think if it's viewed as a starter for eventually doing the whole thing, it was $4.3 million for the whole thing, and we got to go through a church and a school and winter lodge, and then we have that crossing on Middlefield in the middle of the block, which could be an issue as well. So it's got the most expensive option, the most issues, and again, we seem to be, at least for me, a little bit unclear on the goals. Is this a connector from the bay to the foothills? Is it a short, fun little path? It still feels a little mixed. And then we compare that to Loma Verde. It's a straight shot. I think at one point, were you saying that we could put speed bumps at the end of driveways? I'm a little concerned about that.
No, I was suggesting that the path could be elevated to the driveway so it would actually slow down cyclists as they approach some of the higher volume or higher conflict driveways.
Okay. I think you also said we could potentially just restripe Loma Verde, keep bikes on both sides, on the proper sides of the street, maybe use sharrows there. I think that makes total sense. We should improve Loma Verde. Well, whatever the striping would be, because I think you have parking on one side, so I don't know where you'd put the bikes. Would it be sharrows or something else?
No, we would add conflict markings, so some green markings where there's a lot of conflict at intersections, some breadcrumbs to get cyclists through intersections, and I think we'd have to look at some traffic calming devices as well.
Okay. But ultimately, I want to go back to East Meadow, because I think it handles a ton of school traffic already. It makes the most sense to me as a separated bike path, and I know you said we're doing it, but I actually suggest that we consider that to be the Midtown connector. We do improvements to Loma Verde, but really focused on East Meadow as the trail that connects to our new bridge to the Baylands. Have it go up Los Robles to Foothill and in your connection up to Arastadero. And again, to me, it seems like it'll be the highest use. All the students going to Gunn will benefit from this. And when we get to the tracks, if we're going to do some kind of crossing, eliminating an at-grade crossing, which we have today at East Meadow, and replacing that with either, depending on what we do with Caltrain, but separating bikes, peds, and potentially even cars from the train, seems like a much better investment and in line with some of our other plans versus creating a totally new crossing somewhere else. And, if you did end up going to that power station, you're going to come out near Fry's. You're not all that far from the Cal Lavender crossing. Ultimately, you're a few blocks away, which seems like a lot of expense to get a new crossing there. So I guess the big question is, if we really focused on East Meadow, and I asked it before, but I'll ask it again. We have two separated bike paths and it connects to the Baylands, could we pitch that for the grant money? You know, and I think if we focused on that, how likely do you think it is that we could convince them to give us the money for that path?
Well, I think we could, you know, submit a request to use the funding for any of these corridors that we're discussing this evening. I would hazard to guess, you know, what county staff and the County Board of Supervisors would agree to. I do think, you know, East Meadow and West Meadow, it's a little bit of a stretch when the grant was originally allocated towards the Matadero Creek Trail. But that being said, it does also connect the bay, and it would tie into the Adobe US 101 overcrossing that we're working on more directly than Loma Verde would. So I think, again, we could submit a request for any of these corridors in regard to the 1.5 million, but I can't, you know, presume to know what they would approve and what they wouldn't approve.
I think last November, Councilmember Niss said it was Stanford money and it had to be used in Palo Alto.
Yes. There is.
Okay.
Yes. But if you don't mind me mentioning this, the county is quite flexible when it comes to a grant like that deals with connectivity and so forth. And I don't believe it would be an issue long-term.
All right.
And yes, there is money that can be used for recreation purposes within a 6-mile radius of Stanford. But that also goes through the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. And again, so I think I made the point on the train undercrossing, but spending $20 million for a new crossing where either it's going to be close to the Cal Ave tunnel or we're going to have to acquire a home in the middle there somewhere. And I'm kind of with Councilmember Sharp here about not wanting to start spending money on that quite yet. So I have a tentative motion I'd like to go ahead and make, if that's all right. So I'd like to direct staff to evaluate minor improvements to Loma Verde and separated paths on East Meadow and see if the grant can be applied to the East Meadow improvements. And secondly, evaluate an undercrossing at Meadow with consideration for the Caltrain trench discussions to reach a conclusion before we spend money on a different alignment.
What do you mean by evaluate? Spend money?
On the, well, so what I'm trying,
sorry.
Yep.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Was there a second?
I had a question.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Philsett. Now, the makers have to make their motion and then get a second, and then they can go back and, okay. You want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, to evaluate minor improvements to Loma Verde and separated paths on East Meadow and see if the grant can be applied to the East Meadow improvements. So that would be A, I guess, and then B would be instead of evaluate, say, focus on an undercrossing or focus on a crossing at East Meadow with consideration for the Caltrain trench discussion. Yeah, at East Meadow and Elma, I guess, if that's not clear. No, the second one. No, third one. Yes. Okay, so I think I spoke to a lot of this. I think Loma Verde makes a lot of sense. I agree with my council members there. I am a little bit concerned about the separated both lanes on one side of the street. So I would look to staff to suggest improvements, maybe some slowing of traffic, and then really make East Meadow the Midtown connector.
Councilmember Philsett?
Yeah, a couple questions on the motion. Do you want to I want to make sure staff has enough latitude on this to, you say minor improvements on Loma Verde. I hope that gives staff enough latitude to consider a lot of different alternatives on Loma Verde. Maybe get rid of the word minor or something like that. I mean, if staff feels like they got enough latitude to do what they want there. And the second one is, do you want to give staff the latitude to consider a crossing of the train tracks, maybe not necessarily East Meadow, but potentially at Loma Verde if appropriate? That is, do you want to limit them to East Meadow?
Yeah, the point was we already have a bunch of kids crossing at grade, and was to fix that, spend the money to make a more safe situation.
I understand.
So yeah, I meant East Meadow.
Okay.
But if I could, we'd also like you to adopt the feasibility study so that we can close out this phase of the project. And by adopting, you're not accepting the recommendations, you're just adopting the document as presented.
Yeah, that's fine if you want to add that. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to wade in because I didn't get a chance to speak before we had a motion. So a few things that I just want to clarify. First, on the issue of whether we should continue to evaluate a grade separation at Loma Verde, whether it be the full Alma and tracks, which we don't have on any pure I shouldn't say we don't have any. We have it at CalAv, a one that we can't ride through, but basically we have one. But we have actually, if you look at first the need, we have a distance between East Meadow and CalAv of what about pardon me? Between East Meadow and CalAv? 1.3 miles with no track crossing. And then, so there is a need. And for those who aren't kids who ride or adults who ride, they don't necessarily have that understanding of if you want to have a bike system, you can't have that kind of distances where people have to ride a half mile up one way and 3/4 of a mile back another way to just get across the tracks. That doesn't work. And people who don't understand biking can say real easily, gee, it's not needed, but it's not accurate. So the other issue is long-term, the need for a grade separation and the plan or the initial studies we're looking at for the entire Caltrain crossings at East Meadow and Charleston, which are going to be amongst the biggest projects, construction and public works projects we've ever had in our community, if and when they occur, and I think eventually they're going to need to occur. But the notion that we'll have a whole nother generation of kids who won't have a safe grade separation crossing on across Caltrain because this motion would say it's really not needed to have one at Loma Verde, since eventually we're hoping to have something at East Meadow. I think that's really misguided. So those are a couple of points. The other issue, I actually think that the Loma Verde alternative is interesting, especially from Ross westward to Alma. But I'm not sure if everybody appreciated that in order to get the desired two-way separated bike path, that requires losing parking on one side of Loma Verde, correct?
It's parking at night. It's a bike lane during the day. So we'd be removing a part-time parking lane, yes.
And we have some places in the city where we have that model, right?
Yeah, we also have it on North California Avenue, and we did a parking occupancy study on North California, and we found that people are not even using the part-time lane is underutilized at night, even though parking is permitted. So we didn't encounter a lot of resistance with our plans to actually remove the part-time lane on North California.
Are you referring that it would be parking at night under the fully separated?
No. The current condition today is there's a part-time bike lane, part-time parking lane on some segments of Loma Verde where the separated bikeway would be.
Okay. So the change from, in order to put in a two-way Class 4 bikeway, the change to the parking on Loma Verde would be what?
Removing the part-time overnight parking lane, converting it to a full-time separated bikeway.
Okay. So currently during the day they can't park, but they can park at night. Under this rule, or under this condition, there wouldn't be parking at night. So I think that's something that would be a significant benefit to the community, but I don't think we should kid ourselves that this would be something that would be just accepted readily. We've seen the concerns that we have of residents on along Matadero Creek and the opposition that we've had to trying to have even the portion of Matadero Creek where it works pretty well, have that bike path. I don't think we should kid ourselves that this on Loma Verde would be some kind of a slam dunk. On the other hand, as Councilmember Niss stated, and as our staff has done, having a really fully separated two-way bikeway is a very significant safety improvement, probably even with the challenges of the driveway curb cuts. But I got persuaded. At first I was pretty skeptical, but as Josh explained, one, we're not talking about crossings other than people who reside there and know they're crossing a bike path, and second, that there could be some physical measures to reduce those hazards. But it's not as if we have something without those curb cuts. We do. And then I also wanted to just the same situation as when we're talking about track crossings. If we're really going to have a bike system in our community, having basically one bike route between not having an east-west route between East Meadow and Oregon, basically, or I don't even know where we'd say the next one is. That's a long distance to not have an east-west route. And so those who say, oh, gee, we ought to just have East Meadow, if the biking community, including the school biking community, really knows that you need to have routes. If you're a bicyclist and you have to go out of your way by a half mile to get onto a bike path or boulevard, a good, safe bike route, and then when you take that for a given distance, and you have to go back a half mile to get back to essentially where the east-west route that you were intending to go on, that's not an efficient bike system, and we're not really going to see a lot of expansion in bike use if we do that. So I think both need to be considered, whether we do improvements to Loma Verde without the full separation, or the separation, or the hybrid. There is a need in my mind for the Midtown bike corridor, and East Meadow is not the Midtown bike corridor. That's an additional corridor that we have, and one of the good things about East Meadow is that between Alma and Waverly, there basically aren't any curb cuts. The homes there are all facing the circles and the opposite. There aren't curb cuts. And then on the north side, between Waverly and Middlefield, there are curb cuts. On the south side, it is the schools and the parks and those areas. So there are no house curb cuts. There are a few other curb cuts. So that works a lot better, but that's a different issue. And then, so I think I'm really going to, I would need to see changes in order to support this motion. Also, oh, I'm sorry, I neglected to bring up the staff proposal is, from discussion, it sounded as if the staff proposal was to continue with the Matadero bike corridor between 101 and Alma, but it's not. It's only to have it between 101 and Ross. And I think that that's a reasonable alternative. I don't see any real significant problems with that segment. So if I would be open to focusing on Loma Verde if we had a sense that we could actually get this separated bike path on Loma Verde. If we can't, then I would want to have the hybrid system of the Matadero path to Ross and then Loma Verde from there to Alma. So this motion has several problems in my mind. First, it only talks about minor improvements to Loma Verde. Second, it confuses the need in the Midtown area with the East Meadow improvements, and I think both are needed. It basically eliminates what's a plan and long adopted intention to have a grade separation that is for pedestrians in between East Meadow and Cal Ave. And just for, there was a member of the public that was concerned about our intended rail program, but the design that we've evaluated only begins to be a trench south of this creek. South, yes. And so there isn't that conflict if we go that design, and that design is not settled on. So I could not support this motion on several grounds. Well, you already proposed an amendment to just eliminate the word minor improvements to Loma Verde, and that wasn't accepted. So I think it would have to be a substitute motion. So why don't we go ahead and, well, we have a bunch of speakers. One, we need to look at the clock. So we need to try to truncate our discussion on this.
Eric, did you propose minor?
I don't think I actually proposed
you just asked.
An amendment to remove the word minor, but I'm happy to if you'd accept it. Okay.
All right.
I'm also happy to propose that the staff have the latitude to consider a crossing at Loma Verde as well as East Meadow.
I guess I'll allow that. So, David, that's delete the word minor, and on the crossing at East Meadow or Loma Verde.
I'm less convinced on the issue of like the dual thing where you go down Loma Verde and then cut across on Ross to Matadero, right? I think if it was me, I'd just keep riding down Loma Verde. I mean, it's straight.
Should be East Meadow Drive or Loma Verde Avenue. Yep.
So this is saying either or, correct?
Staff would be able to consider both options. Focus on a crossing. It's not?
No, it's a crossing at East Meadow or Loma Verde.
Yeah.
And for me, East Meadow, when we do the full grade separations at East Meadow and Charleston, they will have pedestrian separation. So there's no need to have this Midtown corridor address that. That's just basically saying don't do Loma Verde or put an emphasis on East Meadow instead of Loma Verde. It's not in support of Loma Verde. So I wouldn't support it as long as it asks to have the focus on East Meadow. So I will.
East Meadow seems because the maker of the motion, East Meadow seems problematic to me too, because we're just going to do it again, right?
Again, that's where all the bike traffic, a lot of the bike traffic is today. I don't see school kids going from Loma Verde to the middle of Ventura.
Well, and that's because you can't get across the tracks, Tom.
Right, but where they end up going is over to East Meadow to get to Gunn or to Thurman.
And I'll just say that's pretty self-evident that they aren't going any place but East Meadow because they can't get across the tracks.
I'm very concerned about kind of this eminent domain that we'd essentially be.
I'm sorry, staff already answered that we have a power substation on the west side, and that's what their recommendation is, correct? That on the Loma Verde that we would.
That would potentially allow us to avoid right-of-way acquisition if we were to use the substation, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I will offer a substitution to B, which is to just delete the portion that says at East Meadow Drive or. Which means that it will still have to include potential trenching, but would focus on Loma Verde. And
are you going to suggest that it be included?
Well, it's not. If the maker of the motion will accept it, sure.
He's asking if the maker of the motion will accept it.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Niss. All right, so we need to then focus on the amendment. Does anyone feel a need to speak specifically to the amendment? Oh, Councilmember Niss?
No. Fine.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
So I agree with the intent of the amendment, but I'm going to vote against it because I think the whole motion needs to change. I think the motion needs to change to allow focusing on the bike path, on the Class 4 bike path along Loma Verde. I think investigating improvements to Loma Verde is too weak and doesn't give staff enough direction. I think that we need a Midtown connector, and I think that would be Loma Verde, not East Meadow, as Mayor Burt said. And I think trying to fix this motion is the wrong way to go. And so I'm going to vote against the amendment because I want to vote against the motion.
So I guess I don't disagree with what Vice Mayor Scharf just said, so it's a question of piecemealing. So I'm going to withdraw the amendment, and I will also vote against this motion. I was trying to look for a more expeditious way to get through this, but I think that's, I agree with him. All right, Councilmember Schmidt, speaking just to the motion.
Let me make one suggested amendment to A. The last part of the sentence says, see if the grant money can be applied to East Meadow Drive improvements. And add the clause, if not, proceed, use the grant money on the segments D, E, and F of Matadero Creek.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm suggesting this as an amendment because I believe the Water District has identified creek paths as the user of the funds.
Councilmember Schmidt, I think that Vice Mayor Scharf's intended alternative motion, if this fails, he said would be addressing that. So I don't know if you want to wait and try to capture it into it's what's in bold. So if that's okay, all right, Vice Mayor Scharf.
All right. I'll make a substitute motion that staff work with the county to see if we can use the county funds to create a Class 4 protected bike lane on Loma Verde. And if we can't, then we can put in Councilmember Schmidt's language about going back and looking at just that 3-segment, C, D, and E. If we can't sorry. So the concept here would be that if we can't use the county funds on Loma Verde, we come back and look at this one more time, whether or not we decide to let the county funds go, basically, which is what you wanted to put in there, Councilmember Schmidt, if I understood that.
Yes, it's right above that.
And so, yes, so that's what we do on A. And then I think the answer would be that when we say focus, what I would say focus on a, what are we saying? Focus at a crossing at Loma Verde Avenue. Or near Loma Verde Avenue. But before spending any money, come back to council.
Could we come back with a plan on how to advance the crossing?
Yes.
And then let you decide whether to proceed or not then? Okay.
Yeah. Focus on a crossing at Loma and return to council prior to spending.
So we'll come back with more concrete numbers on how much it'll cost and, what the recommended steps are to advance that project.
Okay.
You need a second?
So I just want to get it right. So the thing is, on A, staff work with the county to see if we can use the county funds to create a Class 4 protected bikeway on Loma Verde. And then Councilmember Schmidt's language, which would be, and if not, come back to council to consider whether or not to use the grant money on segments D, E, and F. Didn't say do it, it said to consider it.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Schmidt. Vice Mayor Scharf, do you want to speak to your motion?
I do. I think one of the things we have to be a little careful as a council is what came before us tonight was really the Loma Verde Class 4 bikeway concept and the Matadero Creek. We weren't really talking about East Meadow. East Meadow is coming to us at a separate one. And what I don't want to do is I don't want us to then basically decide to look at East Meadow and throw out the whole concept of a Midtown connector. And that's what I thought the prior motion was doing. And I think it's really important to have that Midtown connector to actually have our bike path. And that's why I support this.
See the feasibility study also.
Oh yeah, and I would accept the feasibility study. C.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I think the topic tonight is really the Midtown connector, and this deals with that much more directly.
And can I ask, there's one issue on A. It says we'd only redirect the funds towards segments D, E, and F if the county will not allow us to do the Class 4 on Loma Verde. But would we want to give that direction to staff if the Class 4 was determined to be infeasible?
Yes.
Okay. If that additional language can be added.
Do you want applied or used? You've got two verbs.
Can I determine if the grant funds can be?
Yeah, he'll fix that.
It should be. Can be used.
Councilmember Wolbach.
I'll go work on that. It's easier.
I definitely prefer the substitute motion to the prior motion. I think there are a couple of tweaks that we should probably make. I think we should actually break apart Part A into two different sections, but I want to make sure that Vice Mayor Scharf hears my question on this, so I'll wait just a second. But should I wait or should I just dive into it?
Go ahead.
All right. So, yeah, I think we should just have a separate section. One is we should direct staff to move forward with study of Loma Verde, and separately see if we can use the funds from the county for that. But I think we should move forward with Loma Verde whether we have the county funds or not. The county funds shouldn't be determining whether we move forward. So I was just going to suggest breaking apart A into two separate pieces. I also think that we should give a little bit more leeway to staff. They have expressed an interest or the possibility of other improvements that might be less ideal for bikers, but might be more feasible or less expensive to improve Loma Verde, whether through painting or other less expensive or less dramatic improvements. Currently, I'm inclined to support a Class 4 bike lane, but I think we need to. I want to at least compare it to the other options before we lock in on a Class 4 bike lane for the future of Loma Verde. And on the crossing, it should probably say focus on an Alma and Caltrain crossing, just to be clear. But I don't know if the Vice Mayor, if the maker of the motion heard my suggestions there.
We did.
Yeah. All right, I'll repeat them. So first, let's start with the easy one. In B, where it says focus on a crossing, we should probably say a Caltrain and Alma crossing, just to make it clear what crossing we're talking about. Great.
Instead of focus, why don't we say investigate across?
Yeah, investigate.
Well, it's really I suppose come back with a plan for an alternatives analysis. Is that the best description?
Yeah.
That might be the best description.
Yeah, we're going to return with a project plan, essentially, on how do we advance this crossing.
Yes. So return with, we can do that. So instead of investigate, we should say return with a plan.
So my main recommendation was that it's that we split apart Part A and just start with direct staff to explore or to come back with alternatives for bikeway improvements or bike pathway improvements along Loma Verde Avenue, including but not limited to a Class 4. So that way, if there are alternatives, we can make that final decision at a later point after we've gotten a little bit more neighborhood input and we've really studied it, because there might be other alternatives. So I want to know if that's. I mean, I'm personally leaning towards a Class 4, but I want to at least make sure we've looked at all of our options for Loma Verde.
So say that again, because I actually think you're probably right. I just want to make sure we get it in there that staff favors doing a Class 4.
Right. So direct staff to, and the other thing I'm doing here is separating the discussions with the county, and I would make that a separate item on here.
But just say what you were going to say.
So direct staff to return with plans, let's say, return with plans for Class 4 bike pathway along Loma Verde, as well as alternative bike pathway improvements to Loma Verde.
Okay.
So
is there a preference for the Class 4 intended?
So I want a preference in there.
You do?
I do.
Well, then
so,
or then we could just say return with plans, alternatives for Loma Verde with a preference for Class 4. That would be a little bit more concise.
Sure.
And then I'd suggest just...
We'll just wait, let them get that.
Yeah.
Right. I can only think of one thing at a time.
That looks good to me. Make her a seconder.
Yeah, or bikeway improvements.
Okay. And then I would just move the rest of that paragraph into a separate paragraph, just because it's a separate question.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, first is what we want to explore in Loma Verde. The second is looking at money.
That's fine, so then put it...
And I'll be honest, this one you might be less enthusiastic about. Yeah, I'm ready to pull the plug on the creek, and so I'd suggest removing return to council of where to use the grant money on segments D, E, and F.
So I'm not going to accept that, but if you have other people feel that way, you may want to make an amendment and see how that votes.
Okay, so I'll make that as a separate amendment. So just to speak to it, I mentioned earlier, I was one of the votes, this is the last time we studied this, or the last time this came to council, I was one of the votes to say, let's really, look at this as closely as we can. Let's give it the best chance we can. I think we've done that. I think we've studied it to death. Staff, PTC, members of the community, poured a lot into trying to make this work. I don't think it works, and even if we have the money to do it, I don't think it's a good idea for our community. So I'd suggest letting go of a bike path along Matadero.
I was going to speak to my second. Rather than, actually, I'd offer maybe a friendly amendment, rather than just, deleting D, E, and F, but again, as a fallback, as a second option would be to ask the county if we could spend that money on Meadow as a connection to our bike bridge to the Baylands. So first thing would be to ask for Loma Verde, but if they say no, have a secondary use.
Or I would just say, ask if we can use it for any of our other bikeway improvements in the area. So rather than specifying East Meadow, just ask if we can use it somewhere else, but drop reference to Matadero Creek.
So can we add that? Determined to be infeasible.
Yeah. So I guess it would be, instead of remove, let's change remove to replace. There you go. Replace. And then if it says, if not, return to council with alternatives of where the money can be spent.
Yeah, and again, I won't support the motion with D, E, and F in there. I really think it's a waste of staff time and money. We'd be back to a 6-month-a-year underpass and a short path that doesn't really go anywhere. And those streets are pretty quiet. They'll be biked to connect Ross and Greer.
Wait a minute. So is this? I'm not quite clear what this amendment is saying regarding the Matadero D, E, and F segment. Oh, now it's gone.
Study them again.
Yeah. So I want Councilmember Wolbach to hear this if possible. I want to speak to this real quickly. Okay, so I want to quickly just really say, Councilmember Wolbach said that the PTC, the staff, and the community had basically all opposed this D, E, and F. And actually...
I don't think I said that.
Okay. I thought I heard you say that.
No, I said they tried to make it work, and I don't think it works. They tried really hard to make it work, but I think that
okay,
it's still
because actually the staff, the PTC, both supported it. And out of the community, we certainly have members of the community here tonight who mostly, I don't know, I'd be interested in a hand raise, but my understanding is the vast majority of those who have been concerned about this are on the west side of Middlefield, rather than in the stretch between Ross and 101. And when we had the public, the broader section of the public, we had about 2/3 supporting this in concept, but staff and others as PTC have come back, and I think it's a valid case that it just doesn't work effectively to try and pursue the path in between Ross and Alma. But I just want to make sure that folks understood that those were the recommendations of staff and the PTC to have D, E, and F as part of the recommendation. So I'll be voting against the amendment. And we got to try and speed ourselves along. Vice Mayor Scharf.
So I also am going to vote against the amendment. I think it's a little, and I know it's not meant that way, but I think it's to say how we would spend the money. If we can't use it on Loma Verde, they're not going to let us use it on Meadow. I mean, I just can't see that. And so I think basically it's we decide not to do it. And it becomes at that point a decision whether or not you want to do that without any cost to the city or whether you don't. And I think before throwing the money away, we should have a council discussion and say, do we want to do this just on this segment because frankly it's free or roughly free, or do we just want to say no? And I don't want to make that decision tonight. I don't want to say, and I understand, but I think the notion that we could use the money somewhere else at that point is just not really true.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. And that fails on a 5-3 vote with Council Members Woolbach, Du Bois, and is that Phil Seth voting yes. All right, now we'll return to the substitute motion.
To vote.
Oh, well, we have Councilmember Holman wants to speak.
Has my light not been working? I've had it on 3 or 4 or 5 times, and I've yet to speak to this matter. So is my light just not working?
No, and the matter changed, and I cleared the lights 2 different times. And then they have to, when we get a substitute motion, and you know those rules.
Before there was a motion, I even had my light on. So anyway, just checking in. So clarification on A, is the intention there to direct staff to return the bikeway improvements along Loma Verde Avenue with a preference for Class 4? Is that separated? Is the intention to be separated?
Yes, but Class 4 will be separate.
Well, the staff presentation clearly indicates bike for separated bikeway, so I just want to make sure we're all clear on that. And then if we could amend Section A with, because I think this is really important to, yes, to a lot of people in the community. I know staff referenced some of the things that might be indicated here, but if in A could be amended then to say with clear indication of what on-street markings and signage might be recommended. So Vice Mayor Scharf looking for that to be signage and on-street markings would be recommended by staff.
I hope that would be included in the plan, but I see no negative to putting that in. Does staff?
No, and I think you're alluding to aesthetic impacts of signing and striping. Yeah, we would certainly, address that in the plans.
So fine.
Good, thank you, because I know, the community's talked a lot about that, and you made allusion to some of the things that might be possible or required or necessary from your perspective, but I think it's just clear to make that discrete here. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
So I just want to say I'll have a serious concern about this Class 4 bikeway. I think we're going from 11-foot car lanes to like 9.5 feet. And what's the legal minimum width for a car lane?
There's no legal minimum width. Highway lanes are typically 12 feet on freeways. We have 9 and 10-foot travel lanes throughout Palo Alto. I wouldn't go below 9 feet just because there's vehicles that are wider and 9 feet that may be using residential streets.
So again, I like Loma Verde as a bike street. I'm concerned about this from the issues we all heard tonight. Two-way bike traffic on one side, shrink the lanes. I know you said a preference for Class 4. I would be more supportive if maybe we saw some options of kind of Class 4 versus not, with bike traffic on both sides of the road. Would you be open to that at all? Okay.
I mean, I think we're already getting options, but a clear preference for Class 4.
Well, if it comes back with clear options,
Okay. Councilmember Schmidt, and then I think we're done.
Just a clarification on B, the next to last line has an of where in there. Does that belong?
Yeah, it's not, shouldn't be that right.
Yeah, good.
All right. I think that covers it. Please vote on the board. That passes 7-1 with Councilmember Du Bois voting no. All right. Thank you all, to the staff and the public, for everybody's thoughtful participation. All right, we'll take a brief 5-minute break and then convene our next item. Our next item is a public hearing on 567 Maybell Avenue, an approval of a mitigated negative declaration and tentative tract map with lot size exceptions to subdivide 4 parcels totaling 2.47 acres into 16 single-family lots ranging from 5,000 square feet to 6,186 square feet in one parcel for a private street. The environmental assessment is a mitigated negative declaration. The zoning districts are R2 and RM15. Welcome, Mr. Late.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Burt. We're going to have Sheldon Nassing give the staff presentation this evening.
Yes, thank you and good evening. This is a 2.47 acre site, and it does have existing 4 single-family homes at Front Maybell. The balance of the site is a former orchard, vacant orchard, and that fronts Climo. The proposal is for 16 lot subdivision. It's for single family development. It also includes 1 private street. The subject property includes 2 zoning districts. It includes R2 low density residential as well as RM15 multifamily residential. It does have flat topography. It's surrounded by a mix of uses, single family, multifamily, and a park that's across the street. There are also 3 schools within the vicinity. There are also suggested routes to school that include Maybell, Arastadero, and Climo. So some just real recent history on the project site, as there's a much more deeper history, but there's a 23-unit project that was submitted last year, and it included a subdivision and an architectural review application. In December of last year, that project was whittled down to 16 units, and that just included a subdivision. The applicant suspended their architectural review application at that time. And then last month, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project. So this diagram shows the subdivision plan. It's 16 lots and a private street. The private street is 26 feet in width and does include setback of 20 feet for the buildings, and so that's why you get down to that 26 feet for private streets. 5 units will be proposed along Maybell, with 4 of the units sharing driveways. So the idea behind that is to reduce curb cuts along that corridor. There will be 11 units on the interior with access to the private street. At Climo and Maybell, there is no vehicular access at that point. That's just for bicycles and pedestrians, as well as emergency access. So the 11 homes would be going on Climo and then exiting onto Arastadero. The project does include some conditional exceptions to the R1 standards, and those include lot dimensions deviations from either width or depth, and the required width is 60 feet and the depth is 100 feet, and that gets you the 6,000 square foot minimum size lots. So 2 of those lots actually have both lot size deviation and lot dimension deviations, because those 2 lots shaded, actually the cross-hatching, are less than 6,000 square feet. There was a traffic study that was conducted for this project and concluded that there would be 114 new daily trips from the site. Now that gets broken down into the AM peak and the PM peak, and during the AM you have 9 peak trips. 6 of those trips would be using the Arastadero-Climo intersection, and then in the afternoon you would have 12 PM trips. So there was some extensive public outreach by both the city and the applicant. The city did hold 2 stakeholder meetings, one October 22nd, the other on November 4th of last year, and those were with the neighborhood leaders. So it was a much more focused group discussing the project. And then there was a community meeting that followed that up in April that was conducted by the applicant and included a much wider audience. At that meeting, there was a consensus that there is a lot of traffic in the area, but that's an existing issue. In addition, there was some broad support for the subdivision as currently proposed by the applicant. So a couple of key issues here. the subdivision and the conditional exception findings would be the compatibility and connectivity of the subdivision, and as well as addressing the mitigated negative declaration. So with compatibility, it's not likely that when developed, it'd be obvious that there are two lots that are less than 6,000 square feet as they are in the interior, or it'd be obvious that some of these lots are less than in lot dimensions. So the overall character of the project would be consistent with the neighboring single-family development, and as well as the project does include a low amount of new traffic. And specifically with the connectivity, just talking about the context, there are 3 schools within the vicinity. It's a quarter mile from the El Camino Real corridor. There is no existing sidewalk along the project at Maybell. And then Maybell, in general, has inconsistent street improvements. So at the Planning Commission meeting, there was discussion about a new pedestrian path access from the interior of the project to Maybell. However, the Commission thought that the access was adequate as the project had proposed it, so that didn't move forward. And the project will construct a sidewalk along its Maybell property frontage. And with respect to the mitigated negative declaration, the initial study was circulated between May 6th and May 26th, and there wasn't any comments that was presented to the city. The potential significant impacts would be to biological resources, one mitigation measure for nesting birds, because there are mature trees on the site. So the recommended motion is that City Council adopt the mitigated negative declaration and approval of the tentative subdivision to allow the division of land with the findings and the conditions of approval. So that concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And before proceeding, if colleagues have any disclosures on ex parte? No disclosures. I see none.
Do you want us to disclose emails and so forth?
Just ex parte meetings. Okay, so we'll now go into technical questions. Vice Mayor Sharp.
So maybe I missed it, but there was a discussion about a pathway. Do we have a slide on where that pathway would have gone or what it would have done? I would like to know about the pathway.
Yeah, I believe I have a slide, but we do have an exhibit, if we could pass that.
So can you basically explain on this roughly where it goes or what it was going to do?
So between, it would have been between lots 2 and 3. So that's along Maybell. So basically at the end of that hammerhead towards Maybell, then there would be this walkway just for pedestrians. It wouldn't be really for cyclists. There wasn't really sufficient room for that. But so it'd be about 10 feet, which is about the width of the utility easement that's proposed now behind lots 2 and 1. So just kind of relocating that easement so that would be a straight shot from that hammerhead out to Maybell. And then above that would be the improvements for the circulation.
All right, thanks. And then you guys didn't address the affordable housing component of this. Could you basically run through why they aren't building 2 units since that's what our code says?
Yeah, so thank you, Vice Mayor Scharf. There's the memo that was transmitted to the council, I think on Thursday. There was a condition on the packet that was sent to you requiring compliance with the city's below market rate housing program. The Thursday memo transmitted the applicant's justification to why they believe the in lieu fees are appropriate and should be used on this site. So we've transmitted that memo, and that is before the council for consideration.
So if I understood the memo, it was that it was financially not feasible for them to build the units on site. Is that a fair statement?
So I think that the applicant put forth a couple of arguments. One having to do with the economic feasibility of the project and providing the units on site, and then there were some other considerations I think listed in the memo about their outreach and neighborhood support and other reasons that were
How is
included.
that? So we have a code section on this, which says feasible. In fact, I don't have it in front of me, but I can probably pull it up. Do you have it there?
I don't, but I can pull it up. It does talk about, it says, and I'll paraphrase, and while Sheldon pulls it up, something to the effect that unless it's determined infeasible to provide the units on site. And there is no standard in the code as far as what that metric is. It doesn't necessarily say financial feasibility. It just says it's infeasible, if it's infeasible.
So just not to beat a dead horse or anything, but I'm confused as to when you say infeasible, I understood that the argument was that it was financially infeasible. You say there were other ones in the memo. I didn't pick that up from the memo. What were the other ones that made it infeasible?
So I'm looking for that memo here.
I'm not arguing, but if that's the only thing you said, fine.
Through the mayor, Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. So the ordinance uses the term feasibility, and staff has not had an occasion to interpret that, and we don't really have a historical practice for interpreting it. However, I think based on the plain language of the ordinance, feasible could mean physical feasibility, so the site is just configured in a way that would not permit on-site units, or second, economic feasibility. And in this case, the applicant has put forward a financial infeasibility argument.
So I guess on a technical question basis, I won't argue the point. What I want to know is, what did they provide staff? Did they provide pro formas? Did they provide, I mean, how do you know it's financially infeasible other than that they stated it's financially infeasible in a letter?
So what was transmitted was what was reviewed.
Okay, so my understanding then is staff just accepts someone's claim that it's financially infeasible, and on that basis we should say it's financially infeasible.
So what we're doing is we've transmitted the applicant's justification, and we're presenting it here to the council for your consideration.
Okay, so there's no pro forma, there's no numbers to back it up. We weren't provided any of that.
That's correct. That's what you have is what was transmitted last Thursday.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Wolbach.
Actually, I was going to ask about the same two concerns. One regarding the path, and the other regarding BMR units. So looking at the memo we got, I think it was at places or a late memo, where it says other considerations on the second page of the letter, third page of the memo. It says requiring on-site market rate units is financially infeasible and in conflict with other community interests. And given how important affordable housing is for our community, I'm curious, what other community interests would on-site below market rate units be in conflict with?
So again, I think it's what we have is on their memo, the justification, page 2. And I think it speaks to sort of the history of the site and the applicant's original proposal of 30 units. And listening to community members and making reductions to the density. And now that density is proposed at 16 units. What I'm understanding from the memo, and again, the council will can certainly ask the applicant more questions about this, but that has an impact on the profitability of the development. So I think it's a question of how much return is appropriate or expected for a construction project such as this.
Okay, well, I will direct my question to the applicant, because it's not just financial infeasibility that's listed here. It says it's financially infeasible and So it's separate from finances, separate from costs, separate from how much money you make. It says, and in conflict with other community interests. So what are those other community interests, aside from finances, that affordable housing on site is in conflict with? I mean,
Are you referring to the applicant's letter or a staff report?
The applicant's letter.
Okay, well then you're asking the staff to explain the applicant's position.
Wait, I'm sorry, do we have nobody from the applicant here?
Well, at this time, right now, we're asking questions of staff only.
Oh. Okay, well, so did staff have any understanding of what those other community interests were separately from financial feasibility?
Well, I certainly welcome the applicant to expand on it further. I think what it is, in part at least, has to do with the history of the site, and council members and members of the community certainly know more about it than I do, but there is a long history with development at this site, and I think there has been an effort by the applicant team to reach common ground with residents in the area, and I think that the development that is, the subdivision that's being presented reflects a standard at which the applicant feels like at this point to also provide housing is BMR housing, I think probably gets close to making it infeasible, at least in their perspective. And again, we don't have the pro forma. We have this analysis here.
Right, so again, since this is in addition to finances, this is completely separate from finances, it's an and, not a because. I mean, is that a suggestion that the community is opposed to any BMR units in the neighborhood? Because I don't think that that's what I've heard from people in the community.
No, and I don't think that's what the suggestion is. But I do think that there is, it may be, and again, this is a question you need to ask the applicant, but if the applicant feels like at 16 units, providing 2 in lieu housing units means that maybe they need to reconsider that subdivision and provide a greater density project in order to achieve the kind of results that they're expecting to achieve, that could have an impact in terms of community support for the project, which is expressed previously a desire for fewer dwelling units. Now, again, I think you'll probably hear from members of the community too to this effect, but I think there's that balance that's trying to be achieved. And so when I think the reference here is an effort to strike that balance and achieve what the area residents are hoping to see be accomplished with this development.
Right, it just seems a bit strange, but I'll reserve my further comments until comments later.
Okay, Councilmember Schmidt.
I remember traffic was a big issue in the previous Maybell discussion. And this, of course, has many fewer housing dwelling units. But the big change is the exit now for 11 of the units is on Climo, and Climo is blocked off from Maybell. So it means the Climo-Arastradero intersection has more traffic than before. What is the... Is there a traffic light or stop signs at Climo and Arastradero?
There's just a stop sign, and there's some improvements for pedestrian crossings there.
So there's a stop sign for the traffic moving on Arastradero, or is it a stop sign at Climo?
It's just Climo.
Yeah. Okay. Now, during rush hour, you have 11 units, and the average number of workers coming out is 16. And then, of course, you have other traffic for school and things like that. I assume that that's difficult to make a left turn onto Arastradero from there. So is there a potential traffic issue? I know you say there's only going to be 6 cars during the morning rush.
Hi, good evening. Josh Mello, Chief Transportation Official. We did conduct a traffic impact analysis for this project, and we analyzed what the impacts to Climo and Arastradero would be. Given the volumes generated from the development, a traffic signal is not warranted at Climo and Arastradero. And the level of service exiting Climo will likely be relatively poor. And we do anticipate a lot of people will actually end up making a right turn out of Climo in lieu of waiting for a gap in traffic during the peak hour to turn left. There are existing keep clear markings on Arastradero for westbound traffic to try to keep that intersection clear for folks turning into and out of Climo. But beyond that, there's not, not many improvements that would mitigate the difficulty turning left because, again, a traffic signal would not be warranted.
Yeah, I guess it is a fire station there. It's an important intersection. So I guess we need to be sensitive that traffic is moving. Okay, thank you.
Council Member Niss.
So let me wind back a bit to the BMR requirement, and perhaps one of you can tell me what will be the result of this, because as I understand, the BMR units will not be on site. So there will be, in lieu of that, what will there be?
So the applicant would pay into the city's affordable housing fund, and based on the projected sales of the proposed homes, we would anticipate collecting $4.2 million in fees, in lieu fees for the Housing Development Fund. That reflects that's for the 2.4 units that would be required on site. Based on that, we have estimates from the Palo Alto Housing Corporation that it costs about $500,000 to produce a unit, including land costs. So there is money that can go toward producing potentially more units elsewhere in the city.
So we don't know exactly what number because we don't know exactly what amount. I presume it is a percentage when the houses are actually sold that then comes back to the city in the form of the in lieu fee. So at this point, we can't predict exactly what that will be, but it will be some number that is times 500, correct?
500,000.
Yes, right.
Well, actually, no. It's the way the fee is calculated is 7.5% of the actual sales price or the fair market value. So when the home is sold, 7.5% is the fee amount. And so there's an analysis that, the justification that was put forth indicates the sales value for the home, and I thought it was somewhere around 3.75 was projected for 8 of the homes, and 3.25 was projected for the balance, for a gross sales revenue of $56 million times 7.5%.
Yes, but what you're saying is that, we don't know what they're actually going to sell for because they're not built yet.
Well, that's right.
But saying after this actually comes to fruition, then that percentage will be calculated, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. And those will go into affordable housing, but someplace else in the city?
It would go into an affordable housing fund.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I'm sorry if I missed it. I didn't see the votes by the ARB and the PTC. How did they approve the project? Or what was the results of those meetings?
So because it's just a subdivision, it only needed to go to the Planning Commission.
Okay. And was it unanimously approved?
Yes, it was, of the members that were present, yes.
And then do subdivision maps always come to council?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why we're seeing it's because it's a subdivision? Great. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a few questions. One is on Clemo. Is there, the house on the corner of Clemo and Maybell, I can't tell, but it doesn't appear that there's I should have looked at the other drawing. Anyway, no curb cut on the Clemo there, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, there's a shared driveway on Maybell with the adjacent lot for that.
Okay, great. Second, on the in lieu fees for the affordable housing, if we were to consider allowing in lieu instead of housing on site, I have two questions. One, the rates that we have our current rates, and we have in process a review of the in lieu rates. Can you share with us whether the new rates would apply?
Well, so it would be based on when the applicant paid the fees. And so right now it's based on when the property is sold. So we'd have to have that information. But the council may be adopting fees sooner than that. And so the new fees could be the standard by which...
I want to get a sense of the timing.
Well, we're going to the Finance Committee tomorrow. And we hope to come back to the council, I think, after your break. We're going to go to the Planning Commission during the council break.
And then the fee determination is based on what action on the project?
Well,
which fees, whether it's the old fees or the new fees? What?
Yeah, so Carl is saying it's at the time of permit issuance or building permit issuance. And we're probably a year or so out from that.
Okay. So that, I think, is the answer to my question, that if the new fee structure is coming to the Finance Committee tomorrow, after council vacation, I assume we'd be seeing it shortly thereafter, and that should be well ahead of time frame in which permits are pulled. Okay? And was there, this goes back to something I had raised a couple years ago on this, but it does go to my initial question. But Clemo Butt is dead ends. There's a barricade. It allows bikes to go through, but we have a sidewalk there as well. Has there been any consideration on and discussion with the neighborhood about whether they would be interested in closing off that last segment of Clemo and turning it into public space? The trade-off would be that there would be X number of parking spaces lost, but basically we have a dead-end street that isn't really serving the community well, and Barron Park has talked for a long time about eventual there's no community center in Barron Park, et cetera, ever since the Terman Library closed. So was there any discussion in this process about that issue?
No, that did not come up.
Okay. And then finally, our existing zonings R2 and RM15, but we're getting, was it 14 lots at 6,000 square feet or thereabouts and 2 at 5,000. So how does this differ from R1 zoning? Is this?
So the R1 standard is 6,000 square feet minimum, and the minimum dimensions would be 60 feet wide by 100 feet deep. So you got 2 of the lots that are less than 6,000 square feet, and then some of the other lots have dimension of less than 60 feet or less than 100 feet.
Okay. So the configuration, a number of the lots are different, but the number of units is basically R1.
Yes.
And we've had a real active participation by neighbors in Barron Park, the single-family homes, which borders one side of this development. We have 2 other sides that are multifamily. Was there any participation from those neighbors as well?
We did invite the stakeholders, as well as we had the wider community meeting where people showed up, so there was ample opportunity for people to speak.
Yeah, and my question was the participation as opposed to what you're saying is the opportunity.
There were a number of people that showed up. There was a more focused participation during the neighborhood leaders meeting, and then for the community meeting, we had like probably 50 or 60 people that showed up.
Do we know if they were multifamily?
Yeah, but my question was whether we had the participation from multifamily neighbors.
Well, I'm trying to recall. I don't really know if people kind of identified themselves, whether they kind of said their addresses maybe, but it was kind of hard to tell if the multifamily was necessarily represented that way.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so now we public comment period. So first we'll open the public hearing, and we have both 5 speakers who want to share and have, I think, a single speaker talk, and then we have an additional, I think, 16, 17 cards, something like that.
And Mayor Burt, since this is a quasi-judicial, we suggest that the applicant go first, and then with 10 minutes, and they have some time for rebuttal as well.
Okay. And I wanted us to be looking at time. So I'll allow the applicant to speak at this time, and then we'll determine how much time we have left.
Thank you, City Council. My name's Ted O'Hanlon. I'm a consulting project manager for Golden Gate Homes. I've been involved in this project since the start in 2014. And it's been a long 2 years. We're very happy to be at this point in front of you. I will be short in the interest of time, and I think that we have a lot of community here to speak as well on our behalf. When we started, we approached the project knowing that it was going to take a lot of hard work, a lot of perseverance, a lot of compromise. We knew it was going to require a very clear understanding of the municipal code, and it was also going to require engaging quite closely the neighbors in Barron Park and also that line Rosadero as well. We had the chance to get to know all of them along the way. As time went on, we did 2 site plan concepts that were of greater density than the application that you have now with 16 homes. Both were a very careful depiction of municipal code and what would be allowed under the existing zoning. And both were met with quite a bit of negative feedback from the neighborhood, who really desired a less dense development. So we went back to the drawing board a couple times. And in December, we brought forth to the city a 16-unit plan, which was very much embraced by the neighboring community. We did that with a great consideration of risk, because the lower the density would go, the lower the potential outcome of the development for Golden Gate Homes, who is a for-profit developer. But time being of the essence, just like dollars spent, it was deemed a reasonable foot forward and something that we could do in concert with the neighborhood. A couple things came out of that process that we think are really positive about the project, and I'd like to highlight them. It is an R1 in nature and spirit site plan, which very much depicts the greater area of Barron Park, adjacencies considered within the site. Using the R1 guidelines helps to further get it into the nature of the existing area, both with the setbacks that the homes will have, the height limitations that they'll have, and also the driveways. And what the driveways do within all these homes is allows for extra parking. And I think all over Palo Alto are all worried about parking, but we also got to know that this neighborhood was concerned about that. Another aspect of this site plan that is, I think, really important to note and adds much to the community is a 10-foot dedication of a new sidewalk along Maybell that will connect Clemo with the Rosadero Park Apartments sidewalk. The 10 feet will likely be divided between a 5-foot planter strip and a 5-foot sidewalk. And right now there's no existing sidewalk in that stretch. This is about 330 feet of Maybell Avenue. And there's a lot more work to be done to make a better pedestrian access to Maybell Avenue. There's a lot more work that's going to happen with the Bike Boulevard really coming into shape. But we know that that's going to be a very important aspect to separate the pedestrians from the bicyclists. So many kids on that street. Another feature that we like to highlight is a reduction in curb cuts. Right now there are 4 curb cuts for the 4 existing homes on Maybell. We've created a 3 curb cut idea where 4 of the homes use 2 wishbone driveways, and then one of them does separately. Less curb cuts, less confusion, less points of access where cars might be backing out of a driveway. And another thing that we feel makes this site plan really unique is the engagement with the community. We worked very closely with them, and it seemed that, the further we got to know them, the more that we could make this feasible and have it work out. And we're very excited about the fact that they're all here tonight to support what we've put forth in our plan. It's not cookie cutter. It takes some sacrifices and some compromise as well. The lot dimensions aren't R1, so a couple lot sizes are smaller. But if you look at the stretch between Maybell and Arostradero, there are a number of homes, single family, that are less than 6,000 square feet. So 2 of our 16 would have that kind of format. The M&D did find that acceptable. There was a discussion about a ped path at PTC, and there's a safety aspect to why that wasn't really seen as beneficial. I do know that it does curtail some distance for pedestrians to get to El Camino, but I don't think it was that great of a difference, and it would really only have benefit to 8 of the homes. And on top of that, it's there's some privacy aspects that would be preferred that the ped path not be there. The other special request here is to pay an in lieu fee to the City of Palo Alto's Housing Fund. At this density, 2 units is a significant contribution for a for-profit developer to commit to a BMR program. The feeling is that a lot more good can be done in utility from the in lieu fees, which are estimated at approximately $4.7 million. And if we're creating BMR units at about $500,000 a door, that's a couple times greater than 2 units. If those funds were combined into a greater project, that could be many multiples more. So it's really hard to understand or predict what the outcome of those in lieu fees might be. So, in closing, and I do want to give a moment of my time to Lee Prince, who's our land use attorney, to address something that came up in the staff dialogue from our memo. But we really thank you, and again, we thank the community for coming out and supporting us. They're here for PTC, and looks like they're here for City Council. And I'd like to thank staff, because we've all gotten to know each other very well over the last 2 years, and we feel like we're putting something in front of City Council that takes a great amount of consideration, and we thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lee Prince. I am a land use attorney with Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, and Flegel. I'm the one who wrote the letter that you have in front of you this evening. So I just wanted to clarify and answer a couple questions, and then feel free to ask more if you have those. There are 2 pieces. There is the financial piece. This site has a long history. Years ago, it was a project proposed with 75 units, and that had a lot of difficulty in the community. We went down to 30 units when Golden Gate Homes first proposed, then down to 23. And those initial projects included providing on-site BMR units, utilizing state density bonus. So you guys have experience when you're utilizing state density bonus, you're not going on menu. That's when you take a look at the pro formas. I will tell you that what's in there is based on pro formas that Golden Gate Homes has done. It's just very simplified for your convenience, for your understanding. But that is there. So those are the financial considerations, both just the dollars and cents associated with purchasing the property and developing these 16 units, but also the opportunity cost that's being lost at doing something that the community is really looking for, which is this 16-unit R1 concept. So the community interest that I was referencing is both what the community is looking for here, which we have heard loud and clear, is this R1 concept at a much lower density, where we're not exploring utilizing state density bonus law, adding additional units. And it is also, as Ted touched on and staff touched on, the ability to take that in lieu fee and put it towards more units somewhere else in the community, thereby serving community interests to a greater degree.
Thank you. So now we will turn to members of the public. And we have a final item tonight that is a time-sensitive item. And so we have an issue of whether we're going to be able to complete this item or whether we need to take testimony from the public and then continue the item. So I think what we'll do is go ahead and take testimony from the public tonight and then continue the item. Look from our scheduling that we will have time on either the 27th or 28th of this month. We have an extra city council meeting that we jammed in to try and make sure we could complete everything before the summer break. So we'll go ahead and hear from members of the public. Other than the first speaker, who will be representing 5, we'll need to limit it to 2 minutes each per speaker. We have received a lot of emails, and I assume that a lot of the speakers have similar comments to make as they were in the emails, so it's not necessary to repeat in full what previous speakers said if you want to attribute your comments to a prior speaker or speakers plural. So our first speaker is Maurice Green, speaking on behalf of Cindy Ziebelman, Jean Zakowski, Zita Zakowski, and Ina Gardner. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and Council. What I've got to tell you about tonight is a tale of unintended consequences. It goes back to 2009. It goes back that far because I just happened to come across an item this afternoon as I was putting my points together to present to the council. This was written by a resident of Fair Meadow back in 2009. Do any of the people who have supported the changes onto Arrastradero Charleston actually drive it every day? I do, and I do not understand their support of it. I agree that far too many people speed here. But the road is essential for many, many people to get through this area of town, and all the change has done has made the commute even harder. And she goes on to list all of the problems, and she goes on to say, in fact, there was never a problem when there were 2 lanes. My uncle has changed his work route to avoid that section. Now he goes along East Meadow. So some traffic has been forced over to another school-lined residential street. That's exactly what has happened to Maybell. And in 2011, there was a traffic study. In 2013, I did a traffic study. And in 2016, we had some additional video study done. I'd like to just show you a very quick video of what the conditions on that street are and why we are so concerned about the safety for the children and the traffic on that street. Would you run it? This is Maybell at Amaranta. The intersection down below, if you can see far enough down to where the school crossing guard is holding up the sign, is Juana Briones School. This is between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning. I'm sure you're not surprised at the amount of children you're going to see in a moment, but the cars are something else again. And here we go. They come in waves, not one at a time, but in a single line. And for your information, where I am standing taking that video, there is a stop sign. Virtually none of the children stop. Directly across the street, you can see the end of Juana Briones Park. So the property that you're talking about is just off to your left. We calculated that from 2011, when the city did a traffic study, to 2013, when I did that video, there was something of the order of a 50% increase in traffic on Maybell Avenue. We counted every car going by. This is what it looked like this year. Now, if you look, this is something we didn't see so much in 2013. That traffic line goes all the way back to El Camino Real. That's the Arrastradero apartments across the street. and I don't remember if this is Abel or Baker at this point, but it would be the cross point if that pedestrian path were put into the Golden Gates property. It will be directly across the street from that. Anybody who thinks that if you put in a pedestrian path, it's not going to be utilized by kids on bicycles, you're fooling yourself. There is a blockade at the end of Climo. It is there. I don't think anybody wants to close that off because that's an emergency vehicle crossover. That's how the fire department gets into Maybell from Fire Station 5. But I have seen frustrated drivers in SUVs who have a high enough road clearance go right over that blockade and go out Climo. Traffic is like water. It finds the fastest path to get out. So we do not, I say I and the people that I am speaking for, do not want to see that pedestrian path or bicycle path or egress into Maybell for the reasons of safety for the children and for the reasons which you heard with the bike path discussion this evening, for the privacy of the people who live in those homes. I don't think any of you would want to have strangers walking along your side yards, looking through your windows. But that's what you're asking for when you put that pedestrian path in there. As far as Climo is concerned, let me just speak very quickly to that. The question was raised as to the traffic on Climo. The fire station is right there at the corner of Climo and Arastradero. The westbound side of Climo intersection is marked Keep Clear. So is the area in front of the fire station. The area in front of the fire station on the eastbound lane is marked Keep Clear. That means that when the traffic light at Coulomb turns red, the traffic will stop and the drivers are legally supposed to leave that area open. And that makes it possible for the few cars that will be coming out of this subdivision to make a left turn or right turn and proceed on to Arastradero. In fact, there are cars coming out from Tan Towers now who do that every day. So that does not really represent a problem. So I'd like to make a statement for myself and for many of my neighbors, which is that we would like to express our support for the current plan by Golden Gate Homes for the development of the site at 567 Maybell Avenue. It represents the culmination of a long, almost unique collaborative effort between the developer and the community to maintain the character of the neighborhood, to minimize the impact on traffic and the local schools, and to protect the safety of the children on what is a designated safe route to school on Maybell Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerry Underall, and I should have mentioned in my questions, well, really for speakers, I would be interested in, and I think perhaps some of my colleagues would be interested on this issue of the in lieu fees as to whether the neighbors are proposing that if they were in lieu fees that these affordable housing units would be built in other areas of Palo Alto, or whether they would embrace those fees being used for the greater Barron Park area. And that's, if people want to weigh in on that, I know I would welcome hearing about that. Jerry Underall, to be followed by Bob Moss.
Yes, good evening. I almost wish I could have 4 minutes to talk because I have a feeling I may be the only one presenting my point of view in 2 minutes here. I have some deep concerns about how things have proceeded. I strongly support the plan to have the 16-unit development. I give my congratulations to Golden Gate Homes for inordinate amount of flexibility and willing to bend their profit interests for the interests of getting along with neighbors who insistent on something that I feel I can't imagine another developer going to the lengths that they have to accommodate that. I want to move, though, to where I have difficulty. I feel that the bicycle path was casually dismissed at the PTC meeting. There were 4 people there. Only one of them really had questions. Greg Tanaka was trying to draw out questions about, well, now, is there precedent for demanding access for cul-de-sacs? Where can you show it to us? And there, Josh Mello was having trouble because there haven't been many recently. And in the past, when all these cul-de-sac developments were put in, nobody really thought about bike and pedestrian access. And now we're paying the penalty for it in a lot of reduced connectivity. About the pedestrian part, finally I hear, and I didn't hear it all at the community meeting, the 2 meetings that were stakeholders were closed meetings to leaders of the community only, if I understand correctly. That gave the public one chance to come and hear the plan and be encouraged to come out and support it. Well, I supported it because it sounded really good. Because you've got 16 units, you resolved the traffic movement issues satisfactorily, you had competing interests on Arastradero, competing interests on Maybell, and they made it work. But then I find out that there was an additional component to the circulation plan, which was the pedestrian path within that was advanced by Josh Mello as being standing up for values that Palo Alto has to promote sustainable connectivity, to promote bicycle and pedestrian culture. So I'm uneasy about that being dismissed without a full discussion of it, and I hope that will happen on the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Moss, to be followed by Suzanne Keene.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, council members. Let me give you a little history on this site, which the staff report omits. The property was originally bought by the Housing Corporation about 6 or 7 years ago for $15.4 million. And they came in with a proposal for a 72-unit development, a huge 5-story building with 60 units for seniors and 12 single-family homes. We referended that successfully and got it killed, even though we were outspent almost 10 to 1. Subsequently, the Housing Corporation sold the property to Golden Gate Homes for $22 million, making a nice profit thanks to the people who voted against their development. So what we have is a project which is significantly better than what was proposed before. As you know, traffic on Arastradero and Maybell is absolutely awful. I happened to drive past Arastradero about 9:30 this morning, and traffic was backed up almost all the way to El Camino. And that was 9:30 in the morning. And this is not a heavy school year, time of year. So we have a real problem. The original proposal, the one that was defeated, had an internal road that went from Climo to Maybell and would have diverted traffic from Arastradero down Climo to Maybell through the neighborhood on a street which is only, at Climo, Maybell is only 28 feet wide. So we have a very narrow, very heavily congested street, and we want to do everything we can to keep traffic low. The 16-unit development with only 5 units on Maybell is a significant improvement and is a major reduction in traffic problems which would have been created by the original proposals, both the 72-unit development and the 23-unit development. So I think what we have before us is usable, and I think it's far better than what we've had before. I suggest you approve it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne Keene, to be followed by Kathleen Eisenhart.
Yes, good evening. This letter, I'm reading these comments on behalf of Cheryl Lilienstein and Joe Hurst and myself. They could not be here tonight. They're out of town. During the past 18 months, many of us have shared with Golden Gate Homes our vision of what our neighborhood should be like. Our discussion with Golden Gate Homes focused on 3 objectives that we had. 1, neighborhood compatibility, that is, no high density. 2, adequate on-site parking so that overflow parking is minimized and does not adversely impact the nearby residents. And 3, traffic circulation that minimizes adverse impacts on Maybell Avenue, a designated safe route to schools and bicycle boulevard, and which is distinctly different a different road than Arastadero. The 16-lot plan submitted by Golden Gate Homes in December 2015, with 5 lots on Maybell, 11 lots off Climo, with no direct automobile access from those 11 lots to Maybell meets these 3 objectives. Golden Gate Homes' December 2015 plans was recently reviewed by the Planning and Transportation Commission on May 5th and was unanimously approved. What has been done here is reminiscent of the Terman Working Group from the early 1980s, where members of this neighborhood worked collaboratively with the city, the JCC, and the Palo Alto Housing Corporation to develop a mixed-use plan for the then-closed Terman Middle School site. Now, 35 years later, we're deeply appreciative of the willingness of the Golden Gate Homes to work with our neighborhood. This collaboration sets a good example for other developers. The 16-lot plan, okay, I think that's enough then.
Thank you. Kathleen Eisenhart to be followed by Sor Ebnashad. Excuse me.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Kathleen Eisenhart. I live in the neighborhood and then 94306 ZIP. I am speaking in support of the Golden Gate Homes proposal with no changes. Just as a further comment, the Golden Gate Homes group has been very accommodating to the neighborhood and to the rest of Palo Alto in terms of being great partners and compromising, giving us a housing development, but also one housing development that makes sense in terms of traffic and safety, as, for example, Mr. Green spoke earlier. In addition, I think the sidewalk addition on Maybell is actually perhaps a small but nonetheless useful addition. In addition, just a comment on the cut-through. The cut-through would be nice, but we're talking about relatively small lots, and the cut-through I don't think really makes much sense. And it's really not a hardship in a biking and walking culture to walk 4 houses longer than you might otherwise. In terms of BMR, Mr. Burt asked about our opinions. I think our area has a fair amount of BMR housing already, but I know most of us have a very strong support for the Buena Vista group in particular, and so I think to the extent to which this money could go to Buena Vista, I think a lot of the neighbors would be very pleased to have our Buena Vista neighbors be accommodated. So in summary, I want to just say that I'm very supportive, as many of my neighbors are, of the Golden Gate Homes project with no changes. And just as a final note, as long as I seem to have another minute or two, Arastadero really is terrible, and whoever thought of changing it from 2 lanes to 1 was crazy, and it really doesn't work. Back to 2 lanes. Anyway, support Golden Gate Homes.
Thank you. Sor Ebnashad to be followed by Elaine Heel.
Hello, I'm here to speak in support of this project. I speak as somebody who lives a couple of streets away from this Maybell property. I bike a lot and I walk to Walgreens, and ever since the idea of 70-plus homes was brought into our lives, it was a nightmare, because imagining this traffic to get worse is just impossible. I believe that Golden Gate Homes has worked really hard. I've been involved in the whole process. They tried really hard to reduce the number of the units, and they brought it to the basically minimum number. It might not be 100% perfect from your point of view or our point of view, but this is the best that has been brought to you. So tonight I'm here to ask you to approve this, to help all of us who bike a lot and walk a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Heel to be followed by Richard Evans.
Hi, my name is Elaine Heel, and I wanted to start by thanking both Golden Gate Homes and City Council for working with us in the past and hearing us tonight. I'll try to be brief. I live on the south side of Arastadero, actually in a single-family home on Arastadero, nearly across from the Climo-Arastadero intersection. And I'm here in support of the 16-home plan. Yes, the traffic is bad on Arastadero, and it's bad on Maybell, but I agree with the previous speakers that this is a a good compromise, and it's not perfect for anybody, but it is a very good compromise between the neighborhood interests, Golden Gate Homes' interests, the city's interests. And to speak to Mayor Burt's question about the BMR, I would be in support of using the in lieu funds for BMR in the greater Barron Park neighborhood, but it does seem not to make sense to have the units on this particular site. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Evans, to be followed by Jen Freiling.
Since I did email you, I will keep my remarks short and focus on whether or not a pedestrian path is useful. I think, first of all, that it would only serve, this subsection of houses within the development, and it would be a question of desirability for those who wish to purchase those homes. I believe that Golden Gate Homes would be trying to make these as attractive as possible for potential purchasers, and they made the decision that the privacy issue trumped an incremental shorter distance to Walgreens. And so I support the project as it is and hope that you'll approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen Freiling, to be followed by Ryan Kim.
Good evening, council members. I'm Jen Freiling. I've lived in Palo Alto for 15 years. My family lives right off Maybell, and my children attend Juana Briones and Fairmeadow Elementary School. We chose to live in Barron Park because we wanted our kids to be able to bike and walk to the schools in the area from K through 12. The reason why I'm here today is to support the Maybell project and ask that City Council also support it. I believe that the developer has genuinely made efforts to minimize the traffic and safety concerns on Maybell Avenue and on Arostadero Road. I've been following the project and would like to highlight some of the aspects that I think are deserving of particular attention by the City Council. The 16 homes are compatible with the neighborhood with appropriate setbacks, height limits, and lot sizes. The project does not cause street parking problems, which we have that problem right now because there's adequate on-site parking. The traffic report shows low levels of outbound traffic trips, only 12 during the morning peak hour, and it's split between Arostadero and Maybell. And of course, there was mention of the 3 curb cuts, reducing that from what it is now with the 4. And the developer will build a sidewalk, which again adds to the safety of pedestrians, bicyclists on Maybell. For student safety, I'm glad that the PTC reviewed, vetted, and unanimously rejected the pedestrian path. It was presented at the City School Traffic Safety Committee, which I'm a member, and the principal at Juana Briones School had serious concerns with having a path out there that could potentially be used for bicyclists, and there's no crosswalk right there, but 3 houses away on Clemmell there is a safe crosswalk. Okay, I was just going to mention to go to Mayor Pat Burt's speech. Point is that I too would welcome that the in lieu fees be reinvested in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Kim, to be followed by Alice Sklar.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I go to Juana Briones. I bike to school, and there are a lot of cars, so it forces us to bike on the sidewalk. One time when we were going to soccer, my friend got hit by a car on his bike. Also, when I bike, when there are stop signs, cars hardly ever stop, and they just slow down, and I find it really dangerous. I think the people who design bike roads should make bike roads bigger so they could allow so they don't allow cars to come in. This is my opinion about bikes and bike safety.
Thank you. Alice Sklar, to be followed by Tim Gray.
That's a very hard act to follow. My name is Alice Sklar. I'm the president of Green Acres Improvement that extends from approximately Climo down to Pomona Avenue. My board has been reluctant to be involved in these talks officially, taking the view that if it doesn't directly affect us, we should not speak to the issue. However, at this point, it was finally moved that I should represent the board as being unanimously in favor of the current project. We feel that the traffic on Arostradero, the traffic that our school children endure on Climo and Maybell, will be greatly enhanced by this project rather than the one that was proposed prior to it. So I just want to cut to the chase. We're unanimously in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Gray, to be followed by our final speaker, Bill Ross.
I am Tim Gray, and I wanted to just express my support for the project in that it follows three key principles, and first is the respect for zoning. Even though that there are a couple little exceptions, it really does respect our comprehensive plan and our zoning, and it really moves away from the projects we've seen recently where we've been willing to discard our historical preservation, like the last plan that wanted to put three-story homes on where two-story homes had previously been allowed. And the other thing is that it has a respect for the neighborhood. And finally, there's a respect for nature. I worked with Ted, and I know that he's expressed support for if there's some specimen fruit trees in that area that they could be transplanted. I know I took a 80-year-old wisteria from the old Stanford Children's Hospital and have that in my front yard. It does cost a lot of money, but I'm hoping that can be a part of the preservation that we can have. Even though we're going to lose the orchard land, we will have some of the orchard life continue, and I think that that's a very admirable goal that Ted has indicated his cooperation. So the spirit of cooperation in this discussion is tremendous. And finally, I'm just recalling that Greg Scharf, you had said that I assure you, this was when you and I were debating a few years back, that any proposal, when we were talking about the 72 units, any proposal that comes through the private sector is going to be much, much worse. And I'm so happy, and I'm hoping that you can express your enthusiasm by remembering that point.
And our final speaker is Bill Ross.
Good evening. I'm the attorney that filed the underlying CEQA action for the referendum and also dismissed it. I would address Councilmember Scharf's concern about the pedestrian path and relay the kind of analysis that occurred before the PTC. Feasibility is described in both CEQA and the general plan guidelines as capable of being carried out, taking into consideration economic, social, political, planning, and environmental constraints. Mr. O'Hanlon is modest. He presented a very detailed economic analysis before the PTC about the cost of the square footage of the pedestrian path coming in. In fact, almost 10 months ago, the pedestrian path was analyzed in conjunction with the bicycle path and an EVA at the same location and rejected by the same cooperative type of analysis that's taken place between the developer, staff, and the neighborhood. Finally, the transportation element incorporates the bike and pedestrian plan. This is located in the southwest quadrant. There's no planning or map or textual provision that supports it. The three critical provisions of the mitigated negative declaration, transportation, land use, and greenhouse gases doesn't allude to it. So the question is, where's the authority come from for the connectivity? I would respectfully suggest that the Planning and Transportation Commission analyzed that issue and found that none of that was present, and in fact, it wasn't feasible. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the reminder that the applicant has an opportunity to have any follow-up rebuttal items to speak to.
I have no further comments other than to request if we might be able to get to a vote tonight rather than put things off with all the support and community we have here tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll close the public hearing and going to continue the item to
Mr. Mayor.
June 28th. Councilmember Holman.
Could I suggest that I was thinking the same things as the applicant, and I listened to the comments in the back, and if I could make a motion, and if a lot of lights go on, I'll immediately withdraw it, but just to see if we can come a quick resolve to this matter. If you'd be open to that.
Let me instead turn to colleagues and see which colleagues think that there are some certain substantive issues that we want to still discuss. I think at least three of us. So I think we'll go ahead and continue the item to June 28th.
Is that Monday or Tuesday?
That's Tuesday. That's our special meeting. What's that? Yeah. So thank you all very much for attending tonight.
Gentlemen, Mr. Mayor. Okay.
So our next item is approval of a contract and budget amendment for the golf course reconfiguration project. Mr. Keene, did you want to kick things off?
I will, in the interest of time, turn it over to our Community Services Director, Rob DeGois. Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor Burt, council members. Happy to be here. To quote the Beatles, we've been on a long and winding road with this golf course project, but we finally reach a critical milestone here this evening.
Can we hold it 1 second?
Yeah.
Can the members of the public go ahead and go out to the lobby to continue conversations? Thank you very much.
So I'm joined here by Joe Teresi. He's the senior engineer and project manager for this project. We also have Forrest Richardson, the golf course architect, in the audience. We have a presentation. We'll try and be succinct with it. I'll pass it on to Joe Teresi to get us started.
Good evening. I'm Joe Teresi, Senior Engineer in Public Works. I'd like to start by just walking through quickly the 6 recommendations that are included in the staff report this evening. The first item is the approval of a contract with Wadsworth Golf Construction Company in the amount of $11.9 million. The second item is we worked with this contractor to identify some cost savings items that we'd like to have you adopt in a deductive change order that would be approved simultaneously with the contract in the amount of $1.2 million. The sum of those two items would then reduce the cost of the project down to $10.7 million. And the third item is our standard request for change order contingency of 10% of that net contract amount after the deduct change order. Oh. Okay, next slide. Item number 4 is the approval of an amendment with Goff Group Limited, our golf course architecture firm, in the amount of $125,000 for construction support and environmental mitigation monitoring services. The fifth recommendation is to adopt a resolution that declares the city's intent to reimburse expenditures through the sale of certificates of participation for an amount not to exceed $10.5 million. And the sixth and final recommendation has to do with the financing and an amendment to the adopted fiscal year 17 budget. There are two options presented, the first of which is based on the premise that we would only borrow the money needed to cover costs moving forward, and that would result in a decrease in the capital infrastructure reserve. The second option is based on the premise that we recover costs all the way back to the beginning of the project, and we would capture in the financing the cost of staff salaries and design and environmental work. That would result in a return to the capital reserve of about $966,000. The reason why this second option is presented is that historically it's been the practice to make the golf course a fully self-funding, independent enterprise, and option 2 reimburses all the expenses from the beginning of the project. Next, please. Next, the reason why it's taken us so long to get to this point has been the regulatory permits. I'm happy to report that we have in hand draft permits from the two agencies, one state, one federal, that we need to construct the project, and that we're hopeful to have the final permit documents by the end of the week. And that the adjacent flood control project, I'm sure many of you know, has all of its permits, and that was part of the reason why the golf course was held up for a while. But that's now fully permitted, and there's a contractor under contract for that project as well. This next slide tries to show the kind of the big picture of the project costs. This first number, the $13.5 million, is the total project costs, including costs already incurred for project design, environmental review, and staff salaries. Now, in paying for that, we have two main sources, or two existing sources. One is the revenue that we generated from having a contractor bring soil onto the site. We were able to accumulate about $1.2 million of revenue from that. And then the other item is $3 million that is payable to the city from the San Francisco Creek Joint Powers Authority as the cost of mitigation of their project on the golf course. So if we start with the figure on top, the 13.5, we subtract the 1.2 million for soil import revenue and the 3 million for the JPA, we reach the 9.367 million figure. That's option 2. That would be what we would borrow. Option 1 is that same number less the $1.2 million in design, environmental, and staff salary costs that have already been incurred. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Rob.
Thank you, Joe. So we also work with the National Golf Foundation. Again, you may recall in 2012 when we considered, I think there were 7 different options for design at that time, and we had the National Golf Foundation do an analysis of how the different designs would perform in the golf market. It was really important information to help us make that decision for what was then called Option G. We have since had the National Golf Foundation update their analysis and their report given the new time that we're in, and they've provided that report, and it's attached to the staff report. What you see up on the screen is sort of the high-level pro forma of how the golf course is likely to perform in the current market from the National Golf Foundation. This table assumes the lower debt that Joe was just talking about previously. What you see at the top is the base estimate. That is what we think will likely occur once the golf course is rebuilt, where we will lose money for 2017, 2018, largely because we're closed and under construction. We also have two sets of debt service through 2018 from the 1998 bonds. They retire in 2018, and then we anticipate the golf course to start generating a net positive after 2018. As with any pro forma, it has a number of assumptions, and we asked the National Golf Foundation to do some sensitivity analysis. What if their assumptions are wrong, that rounds don't come back up to 71,000 rounds a year or higher? What if they only get to 61,000? What would that look like for the general fund? And that's what you see under the base row, the reduced rounds. We would see then that there would be a subsidy required by the general fund to continue to operate the golf course. We also did the same thing for reduced fees. We're assuming a 15% increase in fees from 2013. If the market didn't allow for that, didn't attract play, and we could only increase fees 7.5%, this is what we would see in terms of the bottom line of the golf course operating budget. And the last one is sort of worst case scenario. If rounds don't come back and we can't increase fees, then there's increased subsidies further. But it's important to note that the base is really what we think will happen, and that's what the National Golf Foundation has told us. The second page is essentially the same pro forma, but with the higher debt service. So the difference between this one and the previous one is an additional $70,000 in debt service for the golf course annually. Next slide. So the project timeline is to hopefully award the contract this evening and get Wadsworth out and start construction in July. We would issue certificates of participation in September, October time period, and aim to be open again in the fall, October of 2017. The city manager asked me to talk a little bit about why starting in July is so critical, and the reason for that is we need to time the grow-in of the new turf in the spring of next year or summer. If we delay much further than now, we run the risk of not planting in time, and then we could lose a full season or year before we can reopen. Last slide here, just some concerns that we have, and I'm sure you all have, and that there are others as well. But the interest rates may fluctuate. Our analysis was on today's rates. That could change. We do have a golf course manager out on the course, Brad Lazaris. His contract expires in 2018, as does our maintenance contract with Valley Crest and our restaurateur. They all expire at the same time, and we did that intentionally so we could consider options of how we might operate the golf course into the future. I think this represents both a concern and an opportunity. There may be an opportunity to get into a longer-term management agreement with one firm, or a lease agreement where we can share some of the risk of performance of the golf course. So we'll be working on that in the next couple of years. We talked about the assumptions of the pro forma. What if they're not right, if they're not accurate? It was credible analysis, but they're based on assumptions. And the other concern, the last concern that I want to mention, is that this is working with a 30-year loan. That's a long time. Our loans in the past for capital work on the golf course has been 20 years. So this is longer than that. That's part of the interest in having a lower debt service annually for the golf course is my preference. So we are more likely to fully recover costs. So with that, it was a quick fly-through.
Can I ask you to do one other thing, Rob,
Sure.
just for background for the council? So we, first of all, we have existing debt on the golf course right now that we will reach the end of that debt cycle in 2018 is the end of the payments of that debt service. And how much has that debt service been on an annual basis?
It's approximately $450,000.
Okay, and what's the new annual debt service payments under the two scenarios?
The first scenario being the lower debt is $495,000. Second set where we reimburse the IR for all of the design and environmental work is about $566,000.
So one of the things, I think that's an important point to point out, because if we're just thinking about this without that factor in there and you're suddenly saying, wow, we're going to issue all of this debt and we have these risks, and then you really look, the existing baseline debt service and costs are very close to what option one is right now. And clearly, even though there are concerns about, okay, where will the golf rounds be, all of this was also predicated on the fact that we were going to be reconstructing a much more attractive and appealing and distinctive golf course. So it was one of the factors that, got me more comfortable with where we were, just given the fact that with the delays we'd had these cost increases and that sort of thing. Thanks.
So, Andre, if I can just take 1 second. We are sort of rushing through this, but it is, I think, important to remind ourselves of the work we did on the design. We did a lot of work with that, with the council, with the Parks and Rec Commission, and with the community. And it's an exceptional design, and it does a lot of things. It gets out of the way so the flood control project can go forward, which is a big deal. It's a much more environmentally friendly golf course than what we have now. The design of the course is unique, something you don't see on the peninsula. We think that's going to attract a lot of golfers, and we think it'll be financially viable. So,
could you guys put slide 6 back up there, because I think that the fundamental issue, assuming you want to proceed with this, is that what are the two options as far as the financing do you want to be focused on? And again, as Rob pointed out, option one of financing $8.166 million is based on covering the contract costs and everything on going forward basis. Option two goes back and tries to recapture costs and then ultimately give that back to the infrastructure reserve fund. He said that we have had a practice of the golf course being fully self-supporting. We do not have an absolute requirement. This isn't, any kind of requirement related to the debt service or the way we have to operate the golf course. So on the one hand, you're saying, well, this is money that can go back to the IR. You could stay pure with the practice. On the other hand, we are borrowing money and paying interest rates on it to be able to put it back in the IR too. So some of the things you want to think about.
Thank you. So we can entertain technical questions. Does anyone have any at this time? Councilmember Du Bois.
So just to understand the difference between scenario 1 and 2, I guess when we get 3 or 4 years out, once the golf course is operating, we show making money again. Is there a scenario where we could do scenario 1 with less public debt, and then once the golf course is making money, pay the city back to recover those other fees?
Yep. Yeah, I think if you want to put that pro forma back up there, right, you start to see, even under at least the baseline scenario, certainly by 2020, we're predicting making $406,000.
Yeah. So would this be a new scenario where the city's giving itself like a 0% interest loan that starts paying back in 2020 or something?
Yeah, I thought about that too, Councilmember Du Bois. I think that would be a sensible thing to do.
Okay. And then super quick, looking at the expenses, what was contract maintenance, merchant fee reimbursement, fixed management fees? Are those like committed costs we have to pay even when the course is closed?
Right. So we have the pro shop is still open, the practice facility is still open, so we still have some services happening there. It's reduced significantly from when we're open. And there is some maintenance costs as well for the whole front end of the golf course. And our maintenance contractor will also help with the grow-in of the new turf.
And is there anything we can do to accelerate the opening, or is that really based on how long it takes for the new landscaping to take?
It's accelerated. It's pretty ambitious as it is.
I just wonder
You
if
want the grass to grow faster? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, one of the biggest costs is actually being closed. So the sooner we get open, the better.
The way to open it sooner would be to use more sod and lay it down, but that's a lot more expensive as well. So we are using some sod, but mostly using what are called sprigs, where you take a plant and you plant plugs every so many inches, and then it grows out over time. It's significantly less expensive, grows in well, but it does take time.
I was wondering, though, do we need any incentives for the contractor to make sure they hit their schedule? Is that something we've considered?
Okay. We do normally consider that. Do you have anything?
We don't have incentives, but we do have target dates in the contract, and if they don't meet those target dates, there are penalties up to $3,500 per day if they don't meet the various schedule milestones.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
So I wanted to ask that question as well. When you looked at using sod, did it make more sense in terms of the cost of doing that versus the cost of it being closed longer? Did you actually look at that?
We did. We ran the numbers, and it was, in the end, less expensive to use the sprigs.
Okay. I wanted to ask about the bathroom, which we're not doing. And I agree with that decision now, but would we also have a plan of funding that out of profits, assuming we actually get on target to, because I mean, it needs to be done.
Yeah, we certainly do, and I appreciate you mentioning that, Vice Mayor Scharf. What is also in the pro forma that I didn't mention is 10% of total green fees to be put aside for a capital reserve for the golf course. The hope is that we don't have to continue to go out to debt when we need to rebuild. So that is in the pro forma, which can fund things like the restaurant and other things that we couldn't get to.
So just to clarify, then, when I see that we make $94,000 in 2019, we've actually making 10% more that's being put aside, right?
That's correct.
Okay, good. That makes some sense. And then you said the restaurant's coming up, and I think, you know, it's been a long time, right? We looked at this in 2012, but I do remember we talked about this being a great positive because we actually thought we could increase the rounds if we had a much nicer restaurant and a nicer facility, frankly, for the restaurant, if I recall correctly. I mean, maybe you can help me out with my memory.
Yeah, we do. As part of the long-range plan for the golf course, we do have hopes of rebuilding or renovating the restaurant to expand the banquet facility and the kitchen in particular. It's not part of this project and it's not funded. We need to figure out how we're going to do that, and this is where there could be an opportunity working with an outside golf course company that wants to come in and work with Palo Alto. If the terms are good for them and us, they may be willing to put in some capital for that.
But am I right to remember that also was on that pro forma about what drives rounds and that? Or was I wrong? I mean,
yeah, no, it's actually mostly, it's the course and the condition of the golf course that really drives rounds, and in particular the greens.
All right. Are we going to have the condition then, and that should drive the rounds? Are we doing it to the standard that we expect would drive the rounds?
We are.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I guess the vote tonight has us assuming some risk. So let me just ask a few questions about being comfortable with the risk. And let me start with the rounds. On page 4 of the updated analysis, does not have a packet page number. You have the data from 2012 to 2015, and you have on the last line a dramatic decline in rounds. But I'm interested in the decline that took place between 2012 and 2013. Now, I believe that's before any decision was made on the course and we did anything to slow down, and yet the rounds went down by almost 10%. What happened in that year? Is that a good sign or a bad sign?
We've been experiencing a declining rounds at the golf course for the last decade. So that's one thing to keep in mind. The course is not
even
as
excluding the last 3 years.
Yeah, and in 2012-13, we were already thinking about the golf course closing down at that point. In fact, the JPA was, I remember, almost ready, they said, to start their project. And I think the word did get out to the community that things were changing, and so there are options for golfers, and the market can be a little fickle that way, and I think that impacted rounds.
So the goals we have, you have on table number 1 getting back to 71,000,
right,
and you have an option there of 61,000. Now, if you turn to page 11, there's comparisons with our neighbors. And you point out, I guess realistically, that some of the courses are in trouble. Santa Clara dropped from 81 to 60. But Sunnyvale maintained theirs at 73, and Shoreline buffed up their course and went from 50 to 80. Now, talk a little bit about the neighboring courses that we will all of a sudden be competing with.
And we're competing with them now and have been, for a long time now. And Shoreline in particular has taken advantage of our decline as we started stockpiling out on the course. We lowered the par to a 67. We definitely lost a lot of golfers, and they moved to Shoreline. So that's part of what's happening there. It's interesting to look at the market. It's mixed. I read it as mixed. There's some positive indicators, but certainly not all. The National Golf Foundation, I think, are a little optimistic, is our view, as we sort of talked about it internally. The positive that we're seeing is, San Jose and Sunnyvale and Shoreline are really, it's quite well above 71,000 rounds of golf, and the course that we're building and designed is in my view, and I think in a lot of people's view, significantly better than what they're providing in terms of the golf product. On the other hand, we see other courses that are really struggling. Poplar Creek, even though they have 63,000 rounds, because they have a debt service of $670,000 annually, they lose money every year. And San Mateo is considering possible alternative uses for the land. Same thing is happening with Los Lagos in San Jose. They have 3 courses in San Jose.
Now, if you take all those courses, I mean, some like Mountain View have done very well. Others like Santa Clara have not. And you say that Mountain View has taken some of ours, but they also seem to have taken some from other places. And if you add all the courses together, have the rounds declined over the last 5 years?
They have, and that's a trend we've seen nationally.
Yeah. So would it be more realistic if you turn then to page 23, where you have your projected 2020 reasonable year scenario? Would it be, I guess it's assuming 71,000.
23, Greg, what?
Of the updated analysis at the back. It's the last
National
report.
Golf Foundation.
Does not have packet page numbers. So 23 has a summary budget for 2020. Yeah.
Right.
Now, it seems the first column assumes that 71,000. The second column assumes the 61. I don't know. From just what you say, I would assume a conservative analysis would be the 61, or maybe 65.
So we had this conversation with the National Golf Foundation, and they think 71,000 is conservative, given the design of the course that we're building compared to these other courses. So I think sort of opinions vary about that. I can tell you that the Palo Alto had 71,000, 75,000 rounds not that long ago, 2008, 2009. We had that level of rounds with the course that's very flat, very straight.
That's when
not very interesting.
Unemployment rates were high.
Yeah. Well, maybe. So I think it's a fair estimate. I don't think it's overly optimistic.
So if we assume 65, we would be breaking even. If we go below that, then there would be an annual subsidy called for from the general fund.
Correct, but we would then consider the 10% capital reserve as maybe not doing in a year like that, so we wouldn't impact the general fund. That would be something that...
So there's some flexibility on an annual basis. But our goal really is we need to get that number up to 65 and above.
Yes.
Anything we can do to raise the number of rounds come 2019? Are there strategies we could have? Lower the price?
There are, and we'll be working on that over the next couple of years, but primarily it's to build a great golf facility and course that people want to play. I mean, that's the first thing we need to do, and then make sure we have a management team out there that really knows the golf business and create the kind of atmosphere and maintenance and restaurant that people will come back to, because there are choices.
Now, you have agreed on a contract, is that right? Or you have gone out and selected, and you're asking us now to pay.
That's correct.
And you are confident, not just that it's the low bid, but it's a contractor who can deliver what...
That's a good question.
Yeah, what we did in order to make sure we had a good contractor is that prior to going out for bids, we held a pre-qualification process where we only got sort of the elite members of the contractor community that could actually build golf courses. There's an association of golf course builders that has a certification process, and we only allowed parties that were certified under that to place bids for the project. So with that, we're confident that all the bids we got were actually from high quality firms.
So you're confident that it won't be a Mitchell Park situation?
I feel pretty confident about that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes, thank you. Just so it might make at least one council member a little bit more comfortable, my experience of the golf course in 2012 and 2013 is really a question for Rob. I'm remembering the course as being in pretty bad shape, like a lot of trees had been lost and it seemed pretty barren, but am I thinking the right time frame? I think you and I maybe even took a tour out there in around that time frame.
The course conditions have, they do go up and down for different reasons. Honestly, don't recall that being the issue, Councilmember Holman, but I may not remember that correctly.
I remember from when I used to play out there a lot, and it was like much different than what it was. I thought about this time frame. Talking about the golf experience, what's the nearest golf course that might offer a similar experience to this, from your knowledge?
For an example. Yeah, Half Moon Bay is probably a good example, Lalo. I think there's also a course on the East Bay that has more of a Baylands kind of feel with the sort of sweeping grasses, that type of thing. Blanking on the name of that, but nothing very close.
Nothing very nearby, though.
No.
Yeah. So would agree with you. It's the golfing experience. It's going to get people. And the fees that are, Councilmember Schmidt referred to the page 23 in the analysis. The fees seem really pretty low to me. $33.74 and $33 and $31 and $31. Those seem actually pretty darn low.
Yeah, that's the average fee across 20 different fees. That includes 12 Twilight, Super Twilight, youth fees, senior fees, some of which are very low. The regular sort of rack rate for prime time would be in the $54 to $56 range for a weekend for a non-resident. So this takes all of the fees and averages.
Yeah, still seems pretty reasonable. And then one last, I think one last question for me is, comments later, but one last question is, can you just remind us, you know, the reputation of Richardson, the designer of this golf course?
Well, he's here today, and he didn't need to be here, but he's been extremely committed, and he's renowned nationally for his architecture. He's been really terrific throughout this very, very difficult and long process. So we feel very confident in his design, and all of the builders, all of the 4 builders that bid on the project knew Forrest Richardson and all wanted to work with him.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Niss.
Well, given that it's almost 11:30, I'm actually going to try moving the staff recommendation.
We're in questions, and we need to hear from the members of the public. Other than that, do what you like.
In that case, then I've tipped my hand, but when the time comes, I will be ready.
One quick question I have. Did we run sensitivity numbers on the upside?
We did not. No.
Okay. All right. So we will now hear from members of the public. We have 2 speakers. Each will have up to 3 minutes to speak. First is Sheila Robinson, to be followed by Craig Allen. Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity and for your ongoing support for the 2017-2021 Capital Improvement Program. I'm here to voice appreciation for your interest in the golf course reconfiguration project and to say thank you to the Finance Committee, the Community Services staff, and to Brad Lazarus. I'm glad to have this opportunity to offer my support for golf course construction contract, including the 2 contract amendments. My presence here this evening is due in part to many Palo Alto parents who helped raise my 2 boys. My sons attended Addison, Jordan, and Pally, and their classmates' parents included Vic Ojakian, who coached YMCA basketball, and Don Way, who refereed their soccer games. I have a story to share about my younger son, John, and the game of golf. The morning after Columbine High School incident, my younger son said, "Mom, I don't want to go to school today." And I said, "I can understand that. I'll call you in." So I called Becky Schaefer at Jordan Middle School and explained John's absence. So I told my son, "Well, it's my birthday, so we can go to the garage and you can pick either fishing poles or the golf clubs, and we'll take the day off." So he chose his grandfather's old set of golf clubs. We went up to Emerald Hills Golf Course, and while up on a tee box with a view of the Bay Area, he started to cry. And he said, "Mom, how could anybody do such a thing?" And I said, "I don't know. Let's just play golf." Well, that was a life-changing moment for both of us. We both took up the game. Golf became very therapeutic for him, and with every good shot, he began to feel better. John went on to Pally High and became most improved golfer on the team for 3 years and became top seed golfer his senior year. Now John takes clients golfing. Golf was a turning point for my son. Embracing golf empowered him emotionally, physically, and socially. I believe there are many students in the Palo Alto school system that just don't know it yet, but they're going to love the game of golf. And there are many students currently embracing the game through the First Tee Junior Golf and High School Athletics. In golf, you call penalties on yourself. The competition is between you and the course. You have to take responsibility for your own shots. Developing confidence takes time and requires the discipline of perseverance. In 1925, Bobby Jones lost the U.S. Open because he called a penalty on himself, insisting that he caused the ball to move. I'm amazed to learn that Steph Curry loves golf and plays golf in between NBA games. Basically, I'm saying that golf is more than a game. I understand that in 2015, the National Golf Foundation conducted a comprehensive review of golf participation among the millennial generation. Well, as you move the reconfiguration project forward by approving the contract, I believe you also offer our Palo Alto youth, 18 years and younger, the opportunity to experience lifelong rewards and core values that will transcend well beyond their high school and college years. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Craig Allen. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Mayor particularly, it's nice to see you still here since 2012 when we thought we had done this. It's been a long road. Certainly I want to first express my appreciation for Rob and the staff who have gone through hell. Seriously, they have. And my appreciation for Forrest Richardson, who worked long and hard with the community on this design. I know Mayor Burt was the major proponent of doing the whole thing. So I hope we do the whole thing. I hope we get this gone now. And I will say that I've been playing golf since I was 12. I was a rules official for 16 years. Golf is important to me, even though the ball doesn't seem to go very far. But anyway, so I wish you would approve this now and get the grass growing on our new wonderful course. And by the way, I think this course will so outshine the other neighboring courses that we'll be beating people back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Niss.
Okay, now back in sequence again. Thank you to staff, especially for the report, but especially to the two people who spoke. You've waited a long time. Your story was very moving about your son. And as for, is it Mr. Craig, the other person who spoke? I may have your name wrong. Mr. Allen. It's been a while. It's been quite a while. I'm particularly glad to move this because I don't play golf. I have lots of friends who play golf. And this has been the topic of conversation for several years now, and not always an attractive conversation. So being able to pass this tonight, I think, is very important. The golf course to this community is a very important asset. It isn't just a place to play golf, it's a place where you get exercise, but more than anything, it really is a place to come together, to make good friends, to have some time afterward to go into the clubhouse, do whatever you may do then. And but overall, I think what this does is a great community asset for bringing good people together who like this exercise and have a wonderful chance to interact with each other. So
I'll second that motion.
Now that I've chatted on about it. So I'm very pleased that it looks like this will happen after tonight, and congratulations to all of you.
Mr. Mayor, may I just clarify real quickly, because it might not have been entirely clear, the staff recommendation presumes option 1. We did want to clarify that. Okay.
Delighted to read the whole thing, but the staff recommendation consists of the 5 parts which are listed in front of you.
Councilmember Holman.
I'm more than happy to second the motion, so thank you for making it, Councilmember Niss. So I've been enthusiastic about this ever since I was liaison to the Parks and Rec Commission in, I think it was 2012, I believe it was, when I heard the presentation. And got very excited about the plan, not just for the course, but also for what I hope to be seeing forthcoming too, before too long at least, is the originally designed Eichler clubhouse and pro shop. They're really beautiful and perfect for this kind of setting. So Councilor Niss and I have been enthusiastic supporters of the Healthy City priority that the council has, and I think a golf course is something that, almost like no other sport, because it's ageless. People can participate from the very young, even younger than tennis almost, to the very old. And, you can exert to whatever extent that you want. You can throw your clubs on your back and carry them, or, take it easy and ride in a cart. But it's just really wonderful. And I think it also is a good mental, if not spiritual experience too, because golf courses, and ours will be one of those, is you're out in nature and you're strolling along some of the most beautiful scenery and fairways and natural environments than you find really that you don't find in other sports almost, except maybe snow skiing. And the other thing, just a side benefit, is I have found that you meet the nicest people playing golf. You really do. So I'm an enthusiastic supporter of this. Thank you. I almost want to throw my hands up and say, at last. So thank you for your patience, your endurance, and I really look forward to this coming forward. Thank you.
Ooh, I may have to try golf.
Councilmember Wolbach.
So, like Councilmember Niss, I'm not a golfer. I've never played golf. We had to do some golf for a couple weeks in PE at Gunn. I hated it. I sucked at it. I have no interest in playing golf. But you know what? Not everybody in Palo Alto likes to run Los Trincos Trail and try to get their time under an hour 15. And I understand that we all have our recreational and our outdoor opportunities that we enjoy in the city. And that's just, I've got to say, it's one of the things that makes Palo Alto a great place, is that we really have a variety of choices of what we do to get outside, enjoy nature, and enjoy recreation, stay healthy. So thank you to Rob DeGois and everyone who's put a lot of work into this. With the happy stuff out of the way, now I've buttered everybody up. I am a little bit worried. I will be supporting this, but I am a little bit worried about some of the bigger investments that we're talking about making over the next few months. There's a lot of us, we talk about the importance of systems thinking. We talk about financial responsibility. We talk about making hard choices. This has been a theme for throughout the budget hearings that we've had. And I think about things like the golf course, the bike bridge, something that's mentioned on page 12 of the staff report, which is the possibility of spending more than a pretty penny on the Hamilton Avenue post office. And I think that that'll be coming to us probably in August. But I think we need to be really thoughtful about where we're going to make hard choices. And for me, that's not going to be saying no to the golf course. And for me, that's not going to be saying no to the bike bridge. But when we have a whole series of very expensive things coming to us after some tough budget discussions, with constant warnings from finance staff throughout the budget and the city manager throughout their budget discussions about how tough the next couple of years might be, even if we don't hit a financial downturn, but especially if there's another recession. I hope that we remember, to think systemically, to think about financial responsibility, and to choose wisely and to choose well. Because we have had a golf course in Palo Alto, I'm not going to be one to say, let's get rid of it because we want to save some money. Because I'll be honest, I'm not banking on this being a moneymaker. We might end up losing money on this. But it's important. We don't make money on Foothills Park, but it's an important amenity for the community. If we can make money on this, great. Don't get me wrong. But again, when it comes time for some of these other hard choices, I hope that we remember to think carefully and be willing to say no to some things that might be potential boondoggles, and ask the hard question about whether something's an ego project or necessary for the community's well-being. I do have one question I should have asked earlier. I'm sorry if I missed it in the staff report. Are we envisioning having, for members of the community, especially Palo Alto residents who are, say, lower income, are we considering having, I know we had in the past, fee reductions or free club rental, club set rentals or anything like that? Because, especially after the testimony we've heard from the public today, it's really driven home what a great opportunity the game of golf can be But I want to make sure it's available for those who might not have the financial resources.
Thank you for the question, Councilman Holbach. We certainly are looking at that, and we want to provide as much access as possible. And I can tell you, we're very youth-friendly at the course. We work closely with the 2 high schools in particular, so they can play at no cost. We also have middle school programs out there. We don't have a dedicated fee reduction program yet, but it's something we're going to take a good look at.
Okay, great. And I hope you'll keep us up to date as those discussions continue. I appreciate that consideration by staff.
Okay. Councilmember Schmidt.
Look forward to having a round of golf in December 2017 on a great new course. Just a clarification, we're voting for option number 1. That is the option where we're only looking at the cost moving forward. We have, what, $2 million of expenditures to date. Do we need to put something in here to state that if they do have excess funding, that we could make a claim for that?
So if I might add, I think we're closer to $1 million than $2 million, somewhere in between there is the difference. And my recommendation would be you're not, I don't think you need to do that right now. We're not in a position of identifying what that dollar amount would be. The council certainly every year at budget or at other times or at any other time would have the opportunity to either in a particular year, pay back as Councilmember Du Bois suggested, or even sort of once we see a trend, even be able to set a payback schedule. That
I guess my technical question is we will be closing fiscal year 2016, and with this vote, will we be closing that debt, or is it carried forward?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, we've had an expenditure, you say about $1 million, and we did not get revenues for it. So when we vote a closure of the budget, is it is the debt closed?
Right. It's closed for that year, but as City Manager Keene said, you can always revisit in the future from the future revenues that the positive cash flows anticipated. That we'll know we have a record. We lost over $2 million as a result of the modified. We spend about $1 million on design, and that's what we were talking about, this $1 million. So there's $3 million. I mean, we know what the amount is. Frankly, it's probably going to be very difficult and challenging for a repay of the 3. We may be able to look at the 1, but because we extended the debt service from a typical 25 to 30, I think it's wise for us to think about reinvesting in the course so we don't have the same problem in 20, 25 years. So that's why I think it's important, as City Manager Keene said, let's take a look in a few years and see how we're doing, and see how we can come through. Because in talking to other agencies, they see the ramp up because everybody's excited and they want to come and play, but is it going to continue?
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah. So thank you for that. I support the motion, particularly the scenario 1. I think it's really important to get the debt load as low as possible so that we have the best chance for success. And financially, I think the most responsible thing we can do is get it open as fast as possible, not miss our timing. And then I'd really like to see us run this as a business and as profitably as we can. I had the same question about should we recapture that money and put it into the infrastructure reserve. You guys answered that. We can deal with that later. I haven't been exposed to the golf course much, so wasn't really sure where profits go if we have them. But yeah, I support the project, and I'm glad we're going with scenario 1.
Vice Mayor Scharf.
So I also wanted to thank you, Rob. I know it's been a long haul, and I think you've persevered and done a great job on keeping this going, moving forward in a reasonable way, given the challenges we've faced with the permitting, which I don't think was really anyone's fault here. I think it was really a stroke of lightning kind of out of the sky kind of thing. And I think that also argues why we should go with option one, frankly, is that it's really an unusual situation that we've faced here. And I concur with all the comments that you don't really want to start this in a deep hole. And so I'm really glad we're going with option one. And, I think I've played golf like 5 times in my life, and I think I've always enjoyed it. So maybe I'll go play here too. Maybe I'll ask Karen and we'll go play golf.
I think the whole council and former council members, we ought to have a little tournament when it opens up.
Why don't we do opening day?
Okay, so I'm going to support the motion, but I actually was open-minded to option number 2. I think when we look at the projections, this is essentially our mean projection shows significantly positive cash flow after the second year, and the difference of supporting an extra $100,000 a year in debt service does not look like it's a stretch, and it would repay us so that we would have more funds for other infrastructure projects that we're committed to. Those are reasons that I would have been open to option 2. But let's go ahead and vote on the board. And that passes unanimously with Councilmember Berman absent. Thank you all very much, and glad we were able to squeeze it in tonight.
So, Mayor Burt, we will try and organize, the golf course will be closed July 1st, so we'll see if we can get folks out there for a little groundbreaking ceremony if you're around in July.
Well, we also have a flood control project groundbreaking. I'm not sure the date, but I think it's right around the same time frame. So both are momentous events. All right. We now have council member comments, questions. Vice Mayor Scharf.
Oh, I attended a bunch of meetings this week, but I think I was just going to mention that at BCDC, we approved the design school funded by Oracle on their campus for a high school, which is modeled on the Stanford Design School. Wow. But it's going to be this $30 million new building. And one of the really interesting things is that anybody who lives in California can apply to go to this charter school. So you don't have to live in San Mateo County. In fact, a couple of the people spoke, funny enough, were from Palo Alto, who spoke in support of it, because they've just started last year, I think it was, and they're operating in a warehouse and waiting for the new school to be built. So there's actually some Palo Alto residents who send their kids there. And it seemed like a really interesting option for kids.
Councilmember Holman.
When it's time to adjourn, is there anybody else?
Councilmember Niss.
I will mention that last week was the first week we were in our new home for the Air Board, which is now joined forces with MTC and with, I presume ABAG is in there.
Yes, I was there at our new meeting in ABAG.
Yes, it's the building is terrific, by the way. It's on Beale. And if any of you are up there, you might want to drop in and take a look at it. It's your taxpayer money at work. And I'm feeling a bit righteous because the rest of my, or many of my Air Board colleagues leave for New Orleans in the morning. But I felt it was important to stay in town.
There you go. Councilmember Wolbach.
Just wanted to mention that last Tuesday I did a ride-along with a member of our police department, and it was not your typical ride-along. During what was a very quiet shift Tuesday afternoon, news came in about a San Jose police officer, motorcycle officer, who was killed while on his bike. And like countless other law enforcement agencies from the region, Palo Alto sent somebody who was to represent the police department. And they actually asked the officer who I was doing my ride-along with to go down and to represent Palo Alto. And so I joined him for that. And the way that works is we went to the hospital and accompanied the fallen officer to the coroner's office, so across San Jose, from East San Jose to West San Jose. There were law enforcement representatives in vehicles, on bike or in cars, lined up, all lights flashing, driving slowly. And from where we were approximately in the middle of the line, even on 280, 680, where you're making big sweeping turns, you can see pretty far, I could not see the front of the line. I could not see the end of the lights in the front, and I could not see the end of the lights in the back. I'm obviously not a cop, but I'm a motorcyclist, and of course the member of our police force who I was with, he's not a motorcyclist, but he's a police officer, and it really drove home the dangers that are out there in the world, and I can't imagine anything driving home for me the importance and the significance of what our police force does every single day and the risks that they take. So I would just ask that we all remember Officer Michael Catherman from San Jose Police Department, and that we all thank our police officers, and please drive and ride carefully and watch out for bikes, whether motorized or not.
And I just wanted to share that first, last Friday evening, my wife and I went to the opening of the art exhibit, these grand ceramics at the Art Museum. It's really a great exhibit, so I encourage everybody to go. And then on Saturday evening, I got to attend the annual Achieve Kids event, and that's a real underappreciated asset for our community. And the executive director was retiring after 15 years, so we have a new executive director who handles both our facility and the San Jose facility, but it's important to remember what a really important role they play in the community. And then finally, for those who didn't make it, we had World Music Day yesterday, and it was another great event, and Claude Ezrin and all the volunteers who put that on, along with our staff, deserve a lot of credit. It was really very well attended, and it's become a great annual event. So, Councilmember Holman, you wanted to close the meeting.
Yes, I don't want to become the one that just always does this, but I did want to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Joe Shakes, who passed away recently. And Joe, as many of you know and many people in the community know, was very involved in the community and very involved in a lot of local campaigns. And until his declining health in the last few years, he and his wife Harriet are well known to this community and members of this community, their involvement, and they will now both be greatly missed. So I'd like to adjourn the meeting in their honor.
So moved. Good night.